nicely prepped for the fucking algorithm. Here we are again on take two for the night show because all it takes is one idiot troll to do something stupid and ruin the fact of where the video is going. So, yeah, here we are again, folks. Try this again for the second time tonight because, no, we're not doing that. One troll pulls something stupid and all my views just freeze up. No, no, that ain't cool. Hey, Brittany. Welcome to take two of tonight's stream. If you notice, I don't have a thumbnail or anything up. All it took was one idiot troll doing something stupid. So the previous upload that was all prettied up and ready for SEO and all that, yeah, that's not a thing no more. They really blew the vibe. They really did. Because the views were going up. I was going through that starting peak. Oh, that sucks. Please tell me you at least got personal days stacked up somewhere. I mean, I know we don't like pulling on them, but if you got sick days lined up, you might need to pull one. Well, pull one or two. You know, go in and get the battery charged. And or replace the battery, but here's hoping it don't have to be replaced. But yeah, I've been there before. That sucks. Oh, I'm sure he doesn't, because he knows damn well that that right there, that is what would be considered an act of God. There is absolutely nothing in anyone's power of control that could have turned around and fucking accounted for that happening. So yeah, I'm sure the boss probably ain't happy about it. Um, I mean, I get what the boss is getting at. You know, might want to set up alternate transportation there if you got it, but I mean, if you can't set up alternate transportation, he might not be happy about it, but there's not much that can be done about it at that point. Hey, Haunted, how's it going? Hope your Monday night's going well. Hey, Beth, how's it going? Hope your Monday night's going well. Yeah, I know. And the thing is, when you very rarely, if ever, call in, and you finally do call in to work, you would really hope that your boss would actually be, like, understanding about it at that moment. But considering our current job economy, I don't think there's such a thing as an understanding boss anymore. If there is, they're a dying breed. I mean, let's get real. We've got moderators on the channel that I know have personal issues that cause them to have issues getting to the streams, da 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 da. You know, they've got extended leaves if they need it. Nice, nice, nice. Ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of Mary. Um, what did I do? That's what I did. I was hiding over there. Oh, we're down to 3. We're up to 6. How's it going, Ali? How's it going? How's it going? Hope your Monday night's going well. Welcome to the show. And for those that don't know, welcome to the Canna Lounge. I am your host, Canna. How's everyone's Monday night going? Well, Brittany, we know how yours is going, but here's hoping it gets a little bit better. Here we go again. Here we go again. Just can't help themselves, can they? Well, the thing is, I can knock out the accounts, but reality's sake is, knocking out the accounts ain't gonna do no good, but letting them stay in ain't gonna do no good because it's enough for YouTube to flag a fucking stream. I've already stated show respect and only use one account. Johnny, I do apologize for what it's worth. If you notice the one above you that continuously keeps changing up here, I'm not sure if it's just a function of overseas YouTube or not, but it really makes me feel like they're trolling because it looks like they're changing their name instead of typing. I'm having one of those moments. Modus, very funny, very funny. Get the channel banned quicker than quick. Well, here's the thing. I see names in gray, I see chat in white. I'm going to assume, okay, I'm going to assume because the name in their language is over here on the right hand in gray, and that their messages are over on the left hand in white, I'm going to assume that it's just the way that their chat system is set up. I'm going to give a break on that and hope, just hope, that I'm right. A little bit of tobacco, a little bit of marijuana, a little bit of smoky smoke. Yeah, that's what was fucking with me on the last stream. I openly admit it. I have had trolls that have come in and set up multiple accounts just to turn around and bring them into chat and fuck with the show. Okay, so if that's just the way that that country's system for YouTube is set up, I apologize right here and right now. But it was enough to fuck with me, so yeah, I did restart the show. But it could just be the fact of a little bit of troll PTSD going on, you know? Shit could happen like that. Because I know YouTube went through some major fucking updates, and I'm pretty sure they probably updated some shit overseas too. You know, that's just the way that corporate does things. So I'm gonna give my mind a break there and give that leniency point, you know? Here's hoping that it's just the way that their chat is set up. Because when trolls do that, and they set up multiple accounts and come in, it fucks with the analytics and it sends a red flag to YouTube. It really does. It's not a joke. The shit does happen. Now, what I need to do is become an astronaut and go about somewhere up between the atmosphere and the stratosphere. And by then, no, fuck slowly drifting down to Cloud 9. I'll slowly drift down to Cloud 69. I like it up there. How old was I the first time? Personally, I was 10. What is the obsession with YouTube and gooning? For real, I don't get it. I don't get why everyone on YouTube is obsessed with gooning. Nah, Brittany. Hey, you know what? As long as the trolls keep it down to one account, okay, as long as it stays on one account and they stay within the policies and guidelines, I'm all for a viewer. You know, there's that way of trolling and still letting the show go and do its normal flow. Hey, I'm not going to be the first one. I won't be the first one to say it, and I won't be the first one to turn around and not deny it. Smoking is a mistake. If you haven't started smoking, if you're not a smoker, don't start. Because once you start, it's really difficult to quit.
No, it takes 2 or 3 days. They say 30 days to make a habit, 30 days to break a habit.
Bullshit.
It takes less than 30 days to make that habit. It takes a lot longer than 30 days.
Less than 30 days to make it, a lot longer than 30 days to break it. I've been in juvenile hall for upwards of 18 months, came out, and the first thing I did was smoke a fucking cigarette. Oh no shit, the nicotine high was real that day.
What? What, Dennis?
Oh, that moment of oh no shit, the nicotine high was real that day.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, I've tried quitting a few times, but every time I try to quit, kind of gets so fucking stressed out that he goes back to smoking anyway. So I've just kind of learned to accept it. You know, one day I might be able to quit, but who knows? But it is so weird seeing your text on the left hand. I mean, I know that's how y'all read. I know it's how it's written. I know that that's how the language is spoken, is from right to left. But it is so weird seeing it in chat that way. Yeah, sometimes the sad moments, sometimes the stressful moments.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, just the fact of seeing.
You gotta
Because if I
remember.
follow the text line, I'm following the white.
Right.
So I get it. It's written from right to left, especially in Arabic. But to see it in the English chat, it's fucking with my head, man. Oh, it's fucking with my head.
Mm-mm. I totally get that moment.
Now, Modus, you can have fun with me, but if you try to turn around and have too much fun with Brittany, you might just find yourself in a timeout and or a ban town. Straight up. I can let a lot of shit go. That don't mean my mods will.
Least of all me.
Yeah, I know, right? And it's nothing personal. It's just that moment of inside of the chat seeing that flip flop. It was fucking with me. Hell, it's still fucking with me. But I think it's cool that they turned around and took the personal affects of someone's actual way of writing, the way of turning around and jotting down information, that they took that into effect and did that. Don't get me wrong, that's still progress. Yeah, thanks, Modus, because like I said, you can, within reason, you can have a pretty fun shit trip with me, but ultimately, you start going for the moderators, they're a little bit more froggy.
Game. As Mama Canna would say, you're free game. That's what our mods, they're free game.
Yeah, I know. And it's that really gray zone there, because let's get real. Honestly, I try not to have timeouts. I try not to have bans, especially in our sessions. I feel that usually we can all be, within reason, adults. I mean, I know there's a lot of channels where we have no other opportunity or option but to time out and ban, but it doesn't mean we like doing it. Yeah, and it makes perfect sense now that I'm stopping to think long enough to actually look at it and think about it. It just threw me for a loop when it started doing it,
Well, you thought they were
because
spamming?
that's a whole new feature.
What, you thought they were spamming or something? Yeah.
Huh?
What, you thought they were spamming or something?
No, no, no. It's called, if you're in an Arabic speaking country, apparently, your name will go to the right
Yeah,
and
and
all of
there's
your
that, yeah,
text
you
will
have
go to
to
the
left.
left. But that's a new feature.
Really?
That's something that hasn't been implemented up until now. So that was enough to fuck with me.
Okay.
But now that I understand what's actually going on with that, and I'm actually stopping to slow down long enough to realize it, it makes perfect total sense, but it's still enough to fuck with me.
I was going to ask you, did you not see his name? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, right?
You hear me?
Yeah, I saw the name, but I figured my brain was wired for normal YouTube chat, not the updated system. That's what happened. And to that, I apologize because I'm sure there's probably a few creators that are going through a little bit of a spiral with that as it happens. Barely any. Not even enough to get by. What's up, Clip In? What's up? How's your day going? Well, your Monday evening at this point.
Oh shit, I got my phone.
Nice, nice.
That's what I'm still trying to find my phone.
Yo, oh, it's over here.
Is my volume up?
Uh
Has phone calls?
huh. Not yet, no.
Okay. Now you need to keep an eye out for it.
Yeah, I know. It's called I know it'll interrupt the music at that point. But no missed calls.
Okay.
Oh, doing good, doing good. Turned around and realized that
Getting ready
YouTube
to go
chat has a
on.
new function.
I was getting ready to go on to live with you or something like, and I realized I got my phone.
But yeah, realizing that YouTube chat now has a new function that if you're in an Arabic speaking country, that your text will be on the left and your name will be on the right. It fucked with me on the last portion of the show to the point that I actually kicked over and started a new one thinking I was getting trolled. Yeah, if you go up in chat to the one that has the black dot for their profile picture, they're in an Arabic speaking country. All of their messages are on the left hand side. Their name is on the right.
In
I
other
mean,
words,
I
it's
think it's cool that they
simply
turn.
put, it's their message followed by their name.
Yeah,
Their name followed
it
by message.
follows the way that they write, the way that their books are written down the list. It follows their text system, and I'm totally 100% cool with that.
Oh yeah.
That's progress. That's inclusivity progress.
Yes, it is.
Something that is really, really on the fucking front line of being torn down anymore in this country. But yeah, I know it fucked with shit. It's still fucking with me. I'm not stoned enough for it not to fuck with me. But I'm starting to work with it. I'm starting to realize how that one's working. Yeah, Canna's not into the astronaut realms far enough for this. Uh, and my kid brother turned 20 yesterday. He ain't a teenager no more. My last 2 years of being able to give him shit about being a teenager as an adult have officially expired. Because the kid don't have teen in his age anymore. Blitz, you're not getting the sandwich. No. You have food and water over there. You have your own food. You have your own water. You don't need the fucking sandwich. Fucking sandwich hound. Actually, fuck the sandwich hound. You're an anything in a human person's hand hound.
You used to not be that way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you got too used to the cheese. My cheesy doggo. Uh-oh. No. No missed calls. No missed calls, but it buffer froze. Okay. The netting game. Yeah. Alright, unlock. 5394. Thank you. Alright. So what's everyone up to on this Monday night? I mean, it's the start of the week, first work day of the week. For us, technically, it's the either last day or day before the last day of our YouTube calendar for the week. But personally, I like to consider it Monday to Monday. You know, Monday to Sunday, Monday start the new week. So, in the old average 9 to 5, here we are. You know, it's too bad we can't play music on the speaker. Actually, I probably could, but I think the only way I'd be able to do it is if I had the entire stream muted. And I don't have a way to auto caption. Even then, it would probably try to caption the music too. Oh. Hmm? Hmm? Right. Yeah, it's that moment of when you turn around and get anything sweet tonight, you won't feel guilty. Can't. Not if you done ate dinner. And being fair, I ate ramen earlier, so. Huh.
I go get ice cream. I am eating.
Well, yeah. Yeah. It doesn't mean that you're eating a substantial meal at that point. But ice cream is ice cream, and everybody loves ice cream, so. Well, I'm not going to say everybody loves ice cream. The lactose intolerant don't love it.
Yogurt tastes, frozen yogurt tastes better. In my opinion.
Well, that's fair, but it's not the same texture. Actually, the irony is, only way for that to work is to turn around and end up getting air into the yogurt after it's been frozen. But the problem is that melts the shit. Causes it to go liquid again. You know, nighttime prime time on YouTube is weird. You would think after 6 p.m. prime time would be filling up right now with people. But apparently that's not how that works. Yeah, I know. 4 in the West Coast, 5 in New Mexico, 6 out here. You got 7 o'clock out on the East Coast. I mean, we're right in the center of prime time. Across the fucking country. Where is everybody? Makes you wonder. It's either that or I toss one like a dart or a throwing knife.
You see this? All of them get it, but you see this problem.
Well, yeah, I can work with that.
Sorry for the chemostat issue earlier.
No, you're fine. You know damn well it's rare that you walk in with an item clutched in your hand so damn hard that you're not willing to let go, and you know damn well I will turn around and hold your fingers until you release it.
You have to register who it is that's second for if I'm getting Lucy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thanking you. You said how I was holding it. I was holding it.
Everybody disappears on a Monday night.
Yeah. Time for dinner, time to get kids ready, start getting kids ready for bed.
Okay, and yet, like, over 50% of my audience is all in my age range. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So, reality's sake is, like, probably. I'm figuring with my numbers, probably. I would say maybe 25 to 35% of my audience more than likely has children.
Yeah.
Under 50% for sure. 45 on a max out.
Average age, late 20s, early 30s.
And that's for at least half of my audience at that point. I mean, yeah, I've got a few. There are still, surprisingly, a few that are in the senior citizen category at 65 plus that tune in. And that, in all honesty, that to me shocks the hell out of me. But I think I get it. I think I know what causes it. It's the fact that reality's sake is I was born. I may have been born in my generation, but I was raised by their generation. So it just clicks.
You were born in your generation, but you were raised in by my generation.
Well, the parents of your generation raised me, so therefore, yeah, I can see where it kind of clicks. Nah, good old 95 Altima. Screw these electronic cars. Anything with a fucking computer is an issue. Any vehicle that has a computer, in my opinion, it's an issue. I still want them to go back to fully mechanical vehicles. Ones that you can tear apart in a garage, rebuild in a fucking weekend, and have it running again. So, yeah. I feel you, Brittany. I feel you. But yeah, anything with a computer, eventually it'll fail you. Eventually. I'm not going to say it'll be in the first week. I'm not going to say it'll be in the first year or even in the first decade. But it will eventually fail. The computer will go haywire and send all kinds of wacky ass signals. See, as a perfect example, okay, 2003 vehicles are now considered classic cars. Alright? So, our 2003 SUV, you want a real fun one? Our check engine light comes on. Okay? It'll stay on for a few days, a few weeks. We turn around and kick it onto the freeway and go up above 65. It'll turn the fucking light off. The dummy light for the check engine will go away for upwards of another week or two. And then it'll come back. And then run it back over 65 and it'll turn around and go away for a week or two. And then it'll come back. Yeah, I know. I about shit bricks when I found out that a 2003 is considered a classic. Not an antique, thankfully, but a classic. Okay? What's really sad is most of the classic cars in that year suck balls. They did not have very many nice looking cars for 03. Fight me about it in the comments if you don't feel the same. But yeah, I mean, I still can't believe that they had a CD player in a CD player in a museum. Well, fuck, at that rate, I belong in a museum. And I ain't that old yet. How did the new generate? No, nah. See, I put up with this shit from the younger generation all the fucking time now. And what scares me is I'm saying the words the younger generation. Okay? What scares me is there's 3 generations after me right now. That's what's scary. Somehow, some way, I fell back into the 4th generation in line from the youngest kids. You cannot eat my fucking elbow, doggo. You cannot eat my elbow. You cannot have it. Seat. Sir, I have your scruff. Thank you. That is what I told you to do. Now, you cannot have my elbow. You want a bone, go... Matter of fact, you want a bone, there's the bone that you're supposed to be chewing on. Not my weenus. Oh, and by the way, Brittany, I do believe, if I remember right, you can thank Sky for that one, because Sky's the one, I do believe, that pointed out that there was a CD player in a freaking museum. Windows 98 and blue screens. Windows 96 and the hum of the computer starting up. So someone else ran into the trap of smoking with her at 4:20 in the morning? Oh, and how'd that go for you? Because I know how it went for me. My mind got fucking blasted. I went to sleep and I didn't wake up until like 3 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. I'll never smoke weed with Willie again moments. Though I'm glad that someone else was able to enjoy the early morning festivities at that moment. But yeah, I didn't wake up until like 3 in the afternoon the next day after that got done. Oh, bless. Alright. Alright. No, hang on. Okay. Pull the headphones at least to start with. Jacket. Alright. Alright, everyone. Hate to do this, but the doggo needs to go out. I'm gonna have to call an intermission. We're gonna throw the green screen up momentarily. Oh. Let's see. Screw it. I'll leave you with Batgirl. Yep. That's the answer. I'll leave you with Batgirl. But we shall return in just a moment. Stop. You know, Winky, if you were pouncing around in circles.
Or refute Ivan's story. We're gonna keep looking.
Maggie now, guys.
Okay.
I'm talking to his mom and the rest of 15 seconds.
Details that had never been reported. He knew the type of gun, the number of shots. Yeah, but he was also milling around the crime scene. I mean, everything he told us, he really could have overheard from witnesses.
Maybe we should show them what we found.
Yes. So while you two were out with the mother, Scola and I did some digging of our own. Counterfeiting ring turned over a list of fake IDs used to purchase guns from sellers in Brooklyn.
Mine was busted last month.
Dustin Burrows from Roxville is one of the names on the list. And agents found this in Ivan's bedroom.
Dustin Burrows. So I haven't had a fake ID.
Is this Dustin Burrows guy actually buy a gun? No, not that we know of. So you want to charge Ivan with murder based on a fake ID? No, I want to charge him based on the fact that he actually confessed.
Plenty of suspects have been convicted on that alone.
Yeah, look, I know this doesn't make much sense, but I'm telling you, his tone and mannerisms were off. Not all killers are not.
Regardless, guys. We need more. Well, we can hold on him 48 hours, so let's get it right. What you gonna do? Okay, Maggie, what's next? We already searched the dumpsters and we talked to Ivan's mom.
Yeah.
3 different venues issued them on Saturday to show the algorithm like this.
We don't have time for that. Thanks.
Right. Here's the list. Fundraiser for pregnant teens that meet you in a hospital in Queens and a Brooklyn nightclub called Club Nero.
Club Nero was handing out pink wristbands on Saturday night.
Yep. With the wristband, you got access to every floor in the club.
Okay, I'm all for confirming that Ivan was wearing a wristband, but that club had to have handed out hundreds of them.
I know, it's not much, but it's a clue. We got to track this.
Okay. The white dude showed up wearing sneakers on the day the other night, but that ain't him.
Well, what did it look like?
He was older, good-looking dude, not as fresh faced as that kid. His kosher like at all. I let him in because it was early. He run up the tab at the bar.
And did he?
Yeah, sat here for hours.
Are these security cameras on?
Should be.
We need the video from Saturday night.
Still no charges. How long they gonna drag this out? It's time to call that reporter. No strike move.
Our friend unhappy about the delay in charges?
Just wants to do right by the people of Bushwick. Victims.
So do the rest of us. It's got inside your head, huh? Just do what you think is right. Not what they know. You were promoted to special agent because you're smart. So you demonstrated that you can make the right decision. Pressure's on. Just remember that. Okay?
Assassin closes the shooter.
Yep. Hey, why did you send the rest of the suspect to Club Nero?
What's going on?
Maggie and I got a photo of the shooter. Here.
Maggie was right. Ivan's not our killer.
Dayquil Ultra when you really, really need to sleep.
One supplement claimed it improved memory, but the truth, it can't support those claims. Choose Nariva Plus, which supports 6 brain health indicators, including memory, with clinically tested ingredients. It's time to switch to Nariva.
Good morning with Vocalax. Good morning. Yeah. Try Vocalax chewy fruit bites for fast and gentle constipation in as little as 30 minutes. Making your good morning even better with Vocalax.
Skin problems made it feel like I didn't know which way to turn. Now my path is clear thanks to
Okay. He's gone potty, he tracked Tony, he jumped in the truck. So Tony, he has visitor. Tony, say hi, shut door.
Keep it quiet.
Huh?
You would hear him.
Not enough to make difference. Not enough to make difference in my... Alright. Flip. Kill that one, flip. Alright. Oh, we're back.
You were able to hear him outside the truck.
So lightheaded, I could barely stand. Good thing my crew
No, Blitz tracked his scent and walked up. I know, he was doing just fine when I walked out there. He was doing just fine when I walked out.
Didn't hear what he was talking about the truck.
The only time I heard him was when I opened the door.
His voice was higher than mine.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, maybe a little bit higher than yours, but not by much.
Even if it went from ear to ear.
Yeah,
It's
about
not
there.
enough to make a difference.
No, but about there. Whew. Okay. Go shop.
You don't have to settle for just one delicious Olive Garden. Buy one pay one is here. Starting at just $14.99, but only for a limited time. Step right in and enjoy the favorites you crave today, and take another delivery tomorrow on us. Welcome to the 100-degree sweet test. Which one of these two anti-curse words can stand up to the heat? Looks like ordinary anti-curse words can't take the heat.
Well, as far as the number up there says, it's 0. I'm not sure whether to believe that number or not. Because we've proven before that number's not always reliable. But it's quite possible I'm talking to the empty room station again. Well, yeah. Totally understandable. But it's that breaker divide of, watch time versus subscribers. And I know Plug says shorts for subscribers, but we throw shorts every so often. We still don't get the subs out of them. Maybe we're just not hitting the right flow with it. I don't know. But I know I'm getting really tired of being at that 200, 210, that flux point. I mean, I keep waiting for that freaking tilt that just tips over and starts growing again. But it's highly possible that tilt may not come. I mean, who knows?
Export this, maybe. Those guys always seem shady.
Why don't we ask you the question?
Right, I bet. Hey, they said why you came in. I figured it was for the Oliver's Happy Hours or
Whiskey?
you know what? I don't drink. 12 stepper. I did it again, didn't I? We don't keep the real expensive stuff on the shelf. Only people on the stuff.
Did you say he was familiar with this place?
Alright.
No,
Figure it this way. If it is an empty room, there's no point in wearing the voice out at that point. So reality's sake is, I figure it this way: if it is an empty room, then so be it. I'll still let I'll still let the live stream run because ultimately it'll still give the extended watch time per se. You know, it works out to help with the averages ultimately. But truth, I think I might just turn around and like zone off on music for a little bit while I wait for chat to roll in. I mean, we were doing really good about getting at least a few gray names in for a few new users today, and then poof. But it's the ups and downs of YouTube. Just ain't no use in wearing out the voice while I'm waiting.
All clear.
Check this out. It's just a big box 17.
Alright, let's make sure the bag goes. Hey, put this computer on. Check this out.
That's the icon for the club retreats.
Didn't she mention that she was supposed to work at another nightclub the night of the shooting?
But they couldn't be.
So maybe that's why Joe went there first.
So that means that Jim's goal wasn't some racist mass shooting. He had one target. Patrice.
Is Patrice's phone still off? We still can't track it. What about our parents?
They tried texting them, but their phones must be off too.
Not one of her 1,000+ friends are following how she is.
Well, everyone we spoke to claims that Patrice never told them where she was going.
Get him in here now. Is Patrice here? Are you here to talk to her about the shooting?
Is she here?
No, I'm her roommate, Jasmine.
We tried to contact her.
She left this morning. Left to go where? She didn't say. Caleb's dead. The shooting hit her hard. She said she needed to go off the grid for a while to clear her head. So she shut off all her devices, packed a suitcase, and split.
Do you have any idea where she went?
I told her she probably shouldn't be alone, but she insisted.
Okay, well, someone has to know where she went. Parents and friends.
I could give her mom and dad's number, but they're flying back from South Africa right now. They cut their vacation short when they heard what happened.
Okay. Do you know a guy named Jim Housley Dietz?
Yeah, he and Chase had a thing, but he started acting kind of creepy. No, what do you mean? In a relationship type, and he got freakily possessive. When she pulled back, he went neo-Nazi on her, which is strange because blocked his number, his email, and a few weeks ago, I think. Does Jim have something to do with this shooting? Because he showed up here today. When?
I'm pretty sure chat's not broken.
He said that
Green
he
screen
was
don't
about
normally
checking out
break
to
it.
check in on Patrice.
Patrice has no idea that he came here.
No, Jim was like ancient history to her. So you have no idea where
When
she
people
is.
are in the room, usually it fluctuates on the number.
Oh my god, if Jim shot those people at the club,
Jasmine, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna have undercover agents.
Chance pause.
Let us know he can.
alright everyone, listen up.
That's right.
I'm about to tell you something that cannot leave this room, understand? Your friend Patrice was the intended target of Saturday's shooting. That's why it is imperative that we speak with her. So whoever knows where she is, spill it now. Hey,
We found Patrice. She's at a friend's vacation home in Northport. Just sent you the address. And the suspect's cell phone just hit off a tower near the Long Island Expressway.
do you think you figured out where Patrice is?
It is possible this house is Patrice's safe space. There's a good chance he knows about it.
On her way. This tax season, just catch up. Bring forward with a free 5G phone with short strings on it. It's great for something you never knew you needed.
Huh?
Great unlimited data on America's most reliable 5G
I don't know if she's up or not.
network.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest.
As far as I'm concerned, if I don't hear another peep out of both of them arguing with each other tonight, I'll be just fine. Because personally, I think they were both in the fucking mood of being childish at that moment in time, and no offense meant, there was no fucking call for it. It could have been handled with more tact, and it could have been handled more proper than what was done.
My husband knows that
No, I know.
so not laying a hand on drugs is their option. I
I know.
agreed to that option.
I know.
That's why when it happened, I can't do it.
I know, but I also know where part of his problem is. He had his phone on him. He's already lost one phone to water. So yeah, part of that explosion is totally understandable. Though it's not going to do anything in the negotiations or in the settlement thereof on the other end.
Nope. Right now, she told us that we can do this.
You know. Oh, that moment of, I'm gonna turn around and hop onto YouTube on yours for a minute and see.
Just grab a pad and go. Built-in solution traps dirt and locks it away.
Wow, still white.
The upgraded strip has 75% more scrubbing power.
It's still clean.
And with the new locking head, getting into tight spaces is simple.
Can I borrow it?
The all-new Swiffer Mop Deluxe.
Okay, so it's running just fine. Well, I kicked you in and it says 1. It still says 1 over on yours, but it says 0 on mine. So,
For about $1 a day, you can give your dog the Blue Buffalo food they deserve. Real meat first, healthy ingredients, natural nutrition.
Of course, everybody might be over at Teddy's.
yeah, I know Teddy's live right now too, so that does play a part in it.
Oh, yeah.
But it's surprising to me that, for what it's worth, it's surprising to me that it seems like nobody else in all of YouTube seems to exist other than the moderators when I go live. I don't get it. I've got over 200 subscribers. I do not work with 200 plus mods. Where the hell is everybody? That's what confuses me on a daily basis, is I log in on live streams consistently, for the most part. And yet out of the 200 plus people that are subscribed, I only usually see about 10 or 12 of them in any given chat. And that's only on off time usually, when Teddy's off stream. Where's everyone else? I mean, we get 100 plus, 150 plus, 200 plus views on a live stream, but the only ones active in chat are the moderators from Teddy's. Our whole baseline is, if people are there, say something in chat, help the show along. But I know that we don't have 150, 200 mods that are rolling through. I don't get it. YouTube is such a confusing beast at times. Though I am really glad to see the fact that my video's actually coming in clear. But yeah, I don't get it. All I ever usually see in chat when we're on live is the blue names of the moderators of other channels that we work for. It's very rare that we ever get actual new viewers talking in chat. I mean, I'm literally sitting here to an empty room, basically, more or less, at this moment in time. And yet, I know that there's millions of users on YouTube, which makes me wonder, just, I don't know, where is everyone? It makes no sense. None at all. Venting to an empty room. Go figure. Well, hmm? Who got?
I think Owe was the one that got shot.
Away down?
Uh-huh.
Oh no. If Owe's down, that ain't never good. Oh,
Oh, I would not let that man in my hall.
I am oh so confused. Anyone out there that knows how YouTube works, please explain this to me. Please. I would really highly appreciate it, because this makes no sense to me. It really don't. Hey, Eddie's calling. Oop. Eddie's calling. Losing fucking temper and shit, probably. Okay. I don't for the life of me understand how this is possible. How this is possible. How is it that on primetime Monday that our show is at 0? I have no clue. It makes no sense to me. But we keep on going through. Well, I know, oh, I know that I got no show without viewers on the road. Oh, there ain't no show without the chat to roll. So I guess I'll sit here with no show. Oh, no show. Oh, no show. Oh, no show has got no comments to go. Oh, no show. Oh, no show. It's got no comments to go. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Ain't no show with no viewers, ain't no show with no chat. Ain't got no show, and we'll go with that, but we'll keep on going and let the time roll on, 'cause if we do, the show might go on.
And I know that you would never consciously act out of prejudice. But I also
I'm so bored today, ain't got nothing to do.
can sometimes have blind spots.
Could be on King Live in the King's Court with you.
Okay. She's not looking at that same mailboxes. I'm guarantee you. She's looking at 10 to 1 knowing her because I know if it were me and I know you've done the same things I have. No offense, man. She's got the key. You're wanting the key. Y'all have been fighting and arguing. It's the only key to the apartment. She's afraid if you're there. She's worried.
Please, I want you to tell me that.
Okay.
That's important to me.
But because of the kind of a fight it was, she's probably worried that if she brings the key back, that if she leaves, that you're gonna lock the door and she won't be able to get back in. Trust and believe. Remember whose mentality you're dealing with.
I am still wondering why you were so sure I wasn't the guy. I mean, what did you see?
Other than that, the office is closed at this moment in time, but thus there's no office manager on site.
We've got an empty room today. 0 viewers are in our show. We've got no viewers, we got no chat, no viewers, no. We ain't got no viewers, so there's no show. Oh, hello, Brittany. The empty room syndrome was getting to me. I was singing to the audience that wasn't there.
Got my dad in my ear all the time. Talk about how important it is to be careful with confessions.
I already made a copy.
That makes sense.
Well, the battery done fucked up, oh yes it did. Well, the battery done fucked up, oh yes it did. It took a shit and now the job is on its own. Yeah. Yeah, probably need a new battery. Either that or it needs a recharge. But if your battery's dead... Yeah, okay, meow. Okay. But nah, here's the thing. The battery, there's a few things that it could be. That's the problem with that. Usually the battery is a sign of a bigger issue. I mean, I'm hoping it's just the battery, don't get me wrong. But it's possible it could be the alternator. It's possible that it could be anything. But usually battery issue ultimately goes back to the alternator somewhere along the line.
Last text I got from her was at 4:55.
I haven't heard from her since 11:05.
Oh, we've got an empty room today. Right. Hey, at least you didn't have to turn around and replace a flex plate for a vehicle that parts are no longer made for. Yeah. That was our last thing that we had to deal with, was the flex plate on the Xterra went out. They don't make flex plates for 2003 Xterras anymore. Not even in the aftermarket. So, yeah. Our last vehicle before that, the Ford Taurus GL that we had, we went to go look up a hose number for it. It came back to a Ford F-150 pickup truck. Mid-size SUV. Think kind of sort of like a Jeep, but not a Jeep. A knockoff Jeep, as the saying goes. Nissan's answer to the Jeep. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a rugged little vehicle, but ultimately, every part that goes out on it, every part, is a question mark of whether it will be able to be found or not. I mean, that vehicle was down for 6 months plus the last time a part broke on it. So, that's kind of where that goes. Okay, I need those off of my neck.
That's one that her and I, we had long. I'll tell you right now, her and I, we had long.
12 months. Eventic is the only bone builder that also helps slow bone loss and
The apartment got broken into, of course not. I wouldn't have been sleeping either. Insomnia.
When sleeping, it's sleeping to escape. When not asleep, it's because she can't sleep. Well,
And she also does her stations because it didn't tell me whether she will sleep to escape.
well, no. Directly from her own words. When sleeping, she's sleeping to escape. When she's not sleeping, it's because she can't.
Yeah, she was escaping. When she sleeps, it's to escape. When she's awake, when she's awake.
She's going through PTSD flips.
If I didn't know her, I won't say she might. We're almost being in the date, but she's going through PTSD.
On top of all the other shit that's going on. Luckily, I have pills to sleep. The brain wanders. Yes, the brain wanders. It does. Fucking chicken nuggets. I'm sorry, Brittany. It's gonna be a while before I can see your name in chat and not immediately think Austin and his nuggies. Because his nuggies, yeah, you don't fuck with man's nuggies. I'm not gonna be able to.
She's wanting to come get her, and it's almost like Tony's wanting what Tony wants.
Yes, the chicken.
That's Tony not yet. He has to wait until September. Tony gets frustrated. Tony gets irritated. He gets more and more down here. And the next thing he gets acting out more and more and more. And trying to push the fact to me to go do what he asked me to do.
Hi, Rebel. Okay. Late show with Canna. Because it's very rare that we have it on this late at night. And it's not that it's late for the US, it's that it's late for us. Because normally, like 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, usually. No, fuck Tom Nugget. Oh, for those that don't know, fuck you, Tom. You nugget thieving fuck. Give Austin an order of nuggets. Have it ordered to his front door. Make it right.
She can't keep doing this.
Because I swear, every single show from here on out is probably going to turn around and have at least one segment where we say, fuck you, Tom, make it right, send Austin his nuggets. And I hope one of these days Tom actually turns around and ends up in one of our shows when having it said. I would love that. Nuggets, fries, and a sweet tea large. Alright. Maybe, just maybe, Austin trying to go Babe Ruth on Tom was justified. See, we were all under the assumption, or at least I was, that it was just over nuggies, okay? I thought it was just over the nuggies. Now, you add in the fries and the large iced tea on top of it, and it all go poof. Oh, maybe the Babe Ruth answer was justified a little bit. I can get my grips down on that one. Alright. Yep. The Babe Ruth answer is sounding better and better. 16 plus a tip. Tom, make it right.
She made the count.
Oh man. Send that meal to the front door. Make it right. Hashtag justice for Austin.
10 months. Before she went to you, 10 months. Trust me.
No, the funny thing is that one's not even mine. It just happens to be a table leg or a desk leg or something like that. It's just the right. It's just the right spot that if I threw a little bit of grip tape on there, well, not skateboard grip tape, but you know what I mean, the grippy tape that we use for baseball bat, it'd be a perfect little slugger. But yeah, Once you add in the fries and the large drink, yeah, Babe Ruth might have been a very proud man that night, had you not held Austin back. But thank you for holding Austin back, because it would really suck to have to turn around and start funding the bail fund to get Austin out of there over some fucking nuggets. Yeah, the cloth tape.
And you do that, means
Thank
you
you.
don't get this, because the office has to do it. It's not worth it.
See, personally, I'm akin to double-sided tape
Friends up there, they don't.
and whatever fabric feels good in my hands. I once had a baseball bat that actually had a velvet handle. Just because I found a piece of velvet that was the right size to wrap my baseball bat handle with the fact double-sided tape on the other end of it. And it was soft, and it was nice, and it felt good in the fingers. Couldn't nobody turn around and say that it was their bat. Swing smooth and release smooth. It was nice. It was nice. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. One of them cases?
Right.
Ooh.
But, you know, that's that thing.
Your Honor, with all due respect, it was a momentary psychotic break.
And there's a couple of them here in Care State. There are those times where I can sit in the same room that they are when they're smoking and whatnot. I'm good. I'm fine. But most days, I can't do it. I can't do it for an extended period of time.
Wait. Wait a minute. I got hit with a fastball in my chest. My dad was the coach, and they were taxing. Dude missed the ball, and it hit me. I was on the monkey bars. Wow. Wow. How the fuck does someone get hit in the chest on the monkey bars? They're supposed to have protective fucking shielding up at that point to keep the ball from doing shit like that. Was it on the throw or was it after the hit?
Hits for
95, takes a detour, parks for 30 minutes, and comes back with a victory shovel.
But the biggest problem she has is the same one I do. I can't sit by and watch you kill yourself.
So, welcome to our team, do some digging.
She's again. You were sober. I believe him to live. Our last one. One of these times, something can go wrong.
I'm sorry, y'all. Heart-to-heart conversation in the background.
They like her.
Oh. Y'all, if you're gonna be practicing outside of the gates and all that, y'all gotta be on your mark. Y'all gotta be up on top of your game. You can't be doing that and, like, letting other people turn around and take a hit with a 90-mile-per-hour fastball. Okay? And even for most high schoolers, certain high schoolers can hit that 90-mile-per-hour mark. Usually you're talking like 60, 70 miles per hour on their fastball. So, yeah, y'all, come on. Y'all gotta be on your game with that. I'd have got back up and throw it at his head. Allegedly. Allegedly, I would have got back up and thrown it at his head. But, kudos. On that note, kudos. And I'll be right back. Time for a new bag.
You're in the doctor.
Okay. Man, Dad went off. I bet he did. I bet he did. It would not shock me or surprise me. Huh?
And ask your healthcare provider about the #1 prescribed HIV treatment, Victani.
Victani is a complete one-pill, once-a-day treatment used for HIV by the people, whether you're 18 or 80. With one small pill, Victani fights HIV to help you get to undetectable and stay there, whether you're just starting or replacing your current treatment. Research shows that taking HIV treatment as
Right. See, I used to play, not like on the school team or anything, just, our famous get together on the weekend and play a game of baseball shit. But the thing is, I got to the point where I was throwing literally so quickly and taking such a short amount of time to wind that up that if I throw to this day, either my shoulder or more than likely this elbow will turn around and say screw off. I have flipped that socket at least once and popped that one out of socket at least once. Ever since then, I haven't been able to turn around and throw the way I used to. And a few years later, I got both bones cracked, and it left my arm like that. Just for reference, there's the other arm. You can see the difference. But yeah, right there, in a line just like that. That angle in a straight line. Yeah, I've avoided mostly all of my broken bones except for my wrist, which happened due to a dirty street fight. Okay, just straight up, that's what it was. I was going in expecting to go against one person, and it turned out to be another person that they had set me up against. I went to go push myself up off the ground, and they jumped across my back, across my shoulders, and landed most of that pressure into this arm while I was getting up. It was dirty, alright? Shit happened when I was younger. The fights got real. It doesn't mean that I does not mean that I promote fighting, does not mean that I promote violence. But those that have been in downright drag out, knockout street fights, y'all know what I'm getting at. I've lost 3 teeth over time to different fights that I have been in while I was growing up. See, I've been lucky. I usually, for what it's worth, and yeah, I've had a couple of times where, I finally just lost it and lost my temper and was the first one to strike. But 9 out of 10 cases that I've been involved in when it comes to the fact of anything involving combat, it was either A, we already had paperwork on file stating that we were mutual combat, that we were going against each other in mutual combat terms, down the list, waivers, fucking everything. Everything that needed to be in place to make sure that we were legally safe to do it. And, or, it was one of those where I turned around and I waited it out. I'd wait it out. As mad and angry as I would be, I would wait. But the moment that they threw that first punch and it landed, and for some reason, everyone always has that habit of swinging for the lip. Trying to give someone a fat lip as their first punch. But something about the taste of that blood, man. It's something about it. It just says game on. Because now you've already done hit me, I'm already bleeding. Alright, game on. Moments. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still enjoy a good fight every once in a while. But it doesn't mean that I'm going out looking for that fight anymore. You know, that fight will come to me one day, and I know it. I mean, come on. Just last fall, in a public park, I went to give someone condolences on the fact that their kid turning around and going into state and shit. Got punched in the face 12 times, and one of the bystanders, the only thing he had to say was, "Please don't hurt my car." So what do? I let him away from the fucking car to be able to continue it on, while he's punching me, wondering why I'm not going down. Well, if you weren't so plastered that you were swinging like a fly, it might have hurt. Told him that, got hit again. It was funny shit. It really was. Because honestly, the more swings he took, and the more times he swung, the more I started laughing. Because the next day, you know, you would figure, having been swung on all over the face, that I'd be covered in bruises, right? Yo, welcome Ruth, welcome. But you'd figure Canna's complexion would be pretty black and blue, getting punched in the face 12 plus times, right? No. Next morning I woke up looking the same way I did the day before. Just fine. Not even a black eye. Teddy's down. Oh shit. The bong didn't take long.
That's a fair statement.
The bong don't take long. You know. The dabby doo got him. He had the dabby doos, he had the bong rips, he had the good times, and now he's going to sleep like a rock. Teddy, don't fall asleep on the couch. Not on the couch. Go fall asleep in your bed. No, wait. If you're too stoned to turn around and get there safely, fall asleep on your couch. That might be the better option, actually. He might have had the right idea in the first place.
Hold on a second. Why is Blitz's dish in here hooked up with you out there with Tony?
Because Blitz is on the green.
Okay.
Tony is usually more of a rope lead person anyway, so fuck it, I walked him out on the rope lead figuring he was going to the truck. Yeah, if it was Blitz going with me to come back with me, I would have taken the chain, but being as I was dropping him off with Tony and Tony's more comfortable with the rope lead, I left him on the rope lead.
Right.
It just works out better that way.
Jasper Cheetah. Yeah, I heard. Yep.
He's on the couch laid out. Oh man. Teddy, you're supposed to be functioning. You're supposed to be functioning.
The problem is, it doesn't have to be, it's not necessarily one, you could be pissed off at both of you at this point.
It could just be the fact that he's pissed off about being cooped up with the apartment and not being able to run around and having the space to go. Because he wasn't doing that shit out here. Even with all the drama and stress. And I can outright state that. One of these days we'll get a Teddy sleep stream. He'll fall asleep and forget to hit end live. And or he'll pass out before he remembers or is able to hit end live. And the world will get a Teddy sleep stream. I see it coming.
Yelling, ranting, raving, screaming, running after him, hollering at the top of her lungs, breaking into tears. Oh my God, having a panic attack on top of it. Don't cover it. How long ago was that? How far did he get?
So 42 years old, he was born in Washington Heights. Address? Not New York, at least. We're assuming he's on the DA's.
So I hear Jasper's causing panic attacks. Running around.
So he's with the Warren's cartel.
It's alright. I'm still trying to figure something out. You know the fucked up thing? You know the fucked up
When you
thing?
come back to her,
Wait. He's on live, passed out on the couch.
gonna go for about 6 minutes.
He actually fell asleep without hitting end live? You're joking.
Just like Blitz is out here.
You're joking.
I don't know anyone named Russo.
You gotta be kidding me.
Pretty sure. You can take another look because there are two
But
kids
that tells me
already
he's not
here
getting
now.
out enough. He's going out at least an hour a day. Even if it's only 15 minutes here, 15 minutes there. He needs to be out there.
Oh, Teddy, the watch time alone. The watch time alone, dude. The average watch time alone of that video, considering your average viewer numbers. Dude, this might be your best mistake yet. It'll pay off in the long run, I'm sure. If I'm understanding this correctly, and you fell asleep on live stream, man, this is gonna get good, especially if Kimberly's not on. If Kimberly's off, it's gonna be so good. Because reality's sake is, right? Ultimately, this is the first time he's gotten close to a Teddy spooky cam in a while. It's gonna get good. Part of me wonders if we should tell him, or someone should like call him. But part of me wonders if we as moderators, knowing how well we work together and how many of us there really are, if we just take fucking shifts on this, we've got so many hours worth of watch time that we can help that man get just by doing our jobs. Wait, Kimberly's on and he's sleeping through it? You're joking. He literally got so ripped that Kimberly is on and he's sleeping through it. Am I reading that correctly? Wow. Teddy. Welcome to Alpha Centauri. You have made it to the next galaxy, my friend. We salute you in your journey as an astronaut and look forward to the reports for your journey log when you return upon re-entry. Welcome to Alpha Centauri, brother. You made it. He has surpassed every astronaut in our group at this moment in time. That man is so far out of this universe. Oh, man. Oh, Teddy, we salute you. You have broken new ground. You have broken new ground in the universal race for space of astronaut kind on YouTube. Dude, tell us what it's like when you wake up. It makes me wonder just how long is he really gonna sleep? Right, the aliens are coming. Y'all, how did we get to the point that we were joking around so fucking close that we actually got them to start worrying that we knew shit that we weren't supposed to know? Like for real, I wonder what we said on those fucking nighttime lives to get that fucking level of shutdown. Kimberly's off. Alright. Alright, so he may just be closing off the daisies at that moment in time. This might just be the fact that Teddy can't keep his eyes shut. He laid down and now he's feeling it. Um, I don't know. I don't know. This is new territory. This is new ground. We've never been on this far of a space exploration with Teddy before.
This guy Bo has in the book 6 months.
Why, what does he know?
I'm not sure we're taking a flight.
See,
Got a call from an NYPD detective.
I still wonder though. I posed the same question that I was posing while the room was empty. Where is everybody? And mind you, I'm not talking our moderators, okay? I mean, I know that we've got like 10, 15, 30, 40 moderators across the channel and across platform that are all co-functioning and working together. But ultimately, we get like 100, 150, 200, 250 views, 300 upwards on a maximum. Where are all of our normal viewers in chat? That's what I wonder. I don't get it. I do not understand how we get 100 plus views on average per live stream, and we still, 90th percentile, only have the moderators talking in chat. And I know I haven't fucked it up. I know this isn't a chat setting that I've done or screwed with, okay? So, it really makes me wonder, it breaks my brain. Where are all of our normal viewers in gray? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm thankful to every last one of you that do show up in general. But 200 plus subscribers, we've got on average 10, 12 viewers that are actually active in chat. And the rest of them, I don't know where they're at or why they're not contributing to chat or otherwise. And the live stream's still going. Yeah, we're breaking new ground, folks. He's made it to Alpha Centauri. Don't try to spit at me. That's not the fucking solution there. First it tries to spit on me, and then it tries to douse me in ashes.
Where does he hang out?
But no, I mean, I openly admit that's the paradox of the day for today. Is we've got 200, on average, 100 to 200 viewers per show. But we've only got like 10 or 12 people, most of them moderators through the channel system that we work with, active in the chat. Where is everybody else? Also, there it is. Lost my container for a minute. That wasn't smart. Well, sure it was. SMRT. Smart. No. See, at first that's what I thought too. Okay? That's what I thought at first too. But then I started looking at it more closely. Okay, it's not just today. It is not just today. It's every stream. Every stream it happens. Right? I mean, don't get me wrong, we still go through our studio clear-ups and shit while we're turning around and dealing with this in the background. What do you think we were doing for the last 3 days? I mean, outside of taking a break and getting grounded and back to the world and where we needed to be. I don't know. That's my thing. I don't know. I'm not sure what causes it, because It's like I was saying, on average, all right, and I can average this off for every single show for the last, I'll be fair, for the last 30 days. Okay, every single show for the last 30 days, on average, we're averaging at least 100 viewers. At least. You know, 80, 90, 100, and or up in the higher hundreds into the 200 range. Okay? So ultimately, we're getting on average 100 to 200 views per show. We have 10 to 12 people on average that are usually active in chat. Most of the time, and this is not any form of like notation of bad or ill will or anything. Most of the time, it's our Blue Wrench members from the fact of the, you know, the moderators of Teddy's channel. But all of the gray names are usually gone. And the few times we do get gray names in, usually it's a troll. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I don't want to believe that they're playing that shallow, but part of me wonders, you know, don't get me wrong, part of me does wonder at times if they're playing that shallow. But I don't know. Whether I take a break, whether I don't take a break, we don't usually get very many gray names in. I mean, it might just be me seeing it. I'm not sure. But I mean, on average, we don't usually get too many gray names in the show. But we get, on average, 100 plus viewers per show. So it makes me wonder, why is the interaction so low from those that are not moderators? Hey, sissy. Oh, you're good, sissy. You're good. Teddy isn't snoring. That's good. Yes, that's good. He has a sleep apnea machine and it's not on. That's not so good, but balanced out by him not snoring, that's decent. Yeah, here's hoping. Here's hoping it's something simple with it. Teddy has gone to Alpha Centauri. The live stream is still going. The journey is being followed. Y'all, let's try not to get Teddy in the night cam trouble we got him into before. I mean, like I said, I don't know what we joked about that was so fucking close to reality that they got onto us, and then inevitably got onto him. But yeah, I would love to know what it was. Because straight up, what does a group of stoners fucking around at 3 a.m. on the internet have to do with things that shouldn't be let out? How did we travel that distance? Because I question it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not questioning Teddy. I believe Teddy when he says what he says towards it. But it makes me wonder, what did we joke about that was so close to reality that they got nervous? Y'all realize how many times I've thought about putting up a late night, just all night live stream to be able to turn around and do the night show per se, or the late night spooky cam per se, as the saying goes. Y'all realize just how many times I've thought about it? But then I wonder, what did we do?
When you're done, can I use your phone?
Because I'll admit, I would be willing to let it go per se if I just knew what we hit that was so close. But they won't tell us because we were too close to it.
Yeah.
So I have no other option but to continue to speculate. And therefore, I speculate that they just wanted to fuck with the show.
Right.
One moment. Moment of Oka.
Because reality is, I'll be in Springfield the day before that.
Right,
On the 12th, I'll be running 50 to.
right. So yeah, the one day to be able to recoup and then drive in. Makes sense.
Why is it asking for the passport, Mom?
We're talking about
Love y'all too, sissy.
for what?
For your Play Store?
You see it.
Flying carpet. Sinking man.
Damn it, Blitz!
Dude, you're the one not watching where you're walking.
I was watching where I was going.
Then how the hell did you chirp on the bone if you were watching where you were
It
walking?
was him that caught me in the leg when I was moving.
Oh, well. Let's watch where the fuck you're walking. Hey, Lee, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Glad you can make it. Y'all, we got Brittany, we got Sissy, we got Lee. And it's still showing me only one person. Oh, my analytics up there are so fucked. And Ruth. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 people, and it's only showing 2. It shows 12 on your side. Okay, I only see 2. So it's showing me 10 less than what it's showing you. Lee, he's stoned. He's all the way in another universe. He's over in Alpha Centauri at this moment in time. He shut off Kimberly, said fuck the world. He's getting that watch time in. And the trolls can suck it because he's sleeping. Because card issue? Play Store from card issue, maybe. Possibly.
Coming up with your email. You didn't hit Facebook, that's what happened. I have no idea. But
Oh, wait. It may possibly be in my account for the Play Store.
It is, and I don't.
Okay, here, hand it here. If that's the case, I can solve that. That. Use password.
If you go to a password for your Play Store, it'll show your email account. Which is Nancy 420, that's what I have.
Yeah. Nope. That.
Question. Can I use one of the cans on my burger when it's done? For the cheese side? I'm choosing blue.
Yeah, it's because it's attempting to log into mine when it needs to be logged into your 420, yeah?
That works, or any of them other than yours, you're doing stuff like that.
Well, yeah, because I have two-factor down the fucking list.
I don't.
I'm sorry, I got tired of my shit being hacked.
And I know the minute I install this, I know it's going to pull your account up, Mom.
Oh no, it's the microphone from the camera.
Mom.
The one that turned around and ended up staticky over there.
Mom.
It's just the fact that, like, with the phone sitting where it's at, we've got relatively decent audio. So I figured it'd be a good gimmick of a gag to be having the microphone there from the camera because it just looks so fucking perfect.
I promised Hybrid I would call her back. My phone's on the charger right now, power completely off the call.
Damn. About 2,000 photos. Girl, you need to get them printed in a catalog into a binder down the lit. Oh. 4x6 photo album. Lee, Teddy's fine. Teddy is stoned as a... Teddy's as stoned as an astronaut in space. Okay.
He's as stoned as a rock giant.
How long will he sleep? As long as it takes for him to get the rest that he needs.
Yep.
And we're all gonna have a good laugh about it later. I'm sure we're all gonna have a good laugh about this later. Right. Ah! He's sleeping with 127 trolls. Okay. Okay. Get it, Teddy. Get it. You're gonna get that watch time in, buddy. I get it. It finally clicked. Y'all, now that he's monetized, he's playing a totally different game if you haven't been able to tell. Okay. He's monetized. The odds of him getting in trouble for sleeping on stream are basically nil. Same. Voice to text, especially when it's working properly. Me, my autocorrect doesn't like me. My autocorrect hates my guts and will do anything in its power to make my statement come out the wrong way. Right. See, I'm running into a conniption. Okay. We spend all of the time basically on the majority of it making this channel function. And we've got premium 4K quality video, or the ability to do it. But I'm not even sure what to do for the new channel to try to get it up there to that view number and that subscriber number to make it be able to go live. Because straight up, my second channel seems like it's stalled. My primary channel is seeming like it's stalled. I don't know how else to explain it, because we've been sitting here at the 200, 210s for, shit, almost a month now? Going on 3 weeks, 4 weeks? Currently watching TV. I love how it seems like I'm using that microphone. I really do. It makes a great prop, especially when the camera's not in use.
Just my phone's on the charger right now. I'm using my mom's phone right now.
Your loved ones will feel at home on center stage at the school.
Well, find some and start throwing applications in.
Familiar freshness. That's the Snuggle promise. Snuggle, the comfort of home. Here's to getting better with age.
Honestly, I don't know. Oh, Candace and Tweety birds. Hello, Pooty Tat. I thought I saw Pooty Tat. Hi, Tweety. Right. Exactly. See, and if I'm being honest, the same man that is on his live stream right now, 2 days being into monetized, sleeping, is the same man, for what it's worth, that proves that it can be done. The average everyday stoner can get there. The average everyday 9 to 5 outcast can get there. It's capable of being done. Teddy proved it to us all. Because let's get real. The last thing Teddy wants is a normal 9 to 5 anymore. He's done his time in the 9 to 5s. See, I openly admit, if I got the opportunity to have a normal 9 to 5, I'd take it just for the money. Okay? Straight up, just for the money, I'd take it. But, ultimately, the ultimate plan is to get the channel monetized. Because, truth, I have fallen in love with the fact of feeling like I am in control of my own company. That I'm in control of my own business. That I'm not answering to the CEO or the supervisor or the manager.
Did you not ask me?
You know,
What did I say?
as long as my videos come up with no restrictions,
You asked me if you
I'm
said
doing
what did I
fine.
tell you?
Go for it.
So don't you think I already know what you're
So, reality, you know, truth, people have said before that it's addicting. I'm not so sure I can argue with that. Podcast with Joey Diaz.
That 2-liter didn't last.
What the hell do you tell us about it, Tom?
2-liter didn't last.
Lee with the homemade stew tonight. Alright. Hey, Lee, how's the subscriber hunt going? How is your subscriber hunt going, sir? What number are we at?
Keep that over that way and working on it.
Hashtag not sponsored. That was delicious.
Hashtag leave me alone.
Hashtag doggo.
Hashtag leave me alone.
Hashtag camera hog of a dog.
No, hashtag chair hog of a dog on camera.
Yeah.
He took the last 15 minutes of the show last time.
Yes, he did.
Sorry, last 10 minutes of the show.
Because he was
After hogging almost 20 minutes prior.
Because he wouldn't get up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
To the point that I got the freaking camp chair out and sat in front of my chair, knowing that I would eventually turn around and get my chair back.
This is better than me getting him. Right.
Yeah, he's a,
Alright,
and he's a camera.
so
He
we're at
tries to
33.
stick over
We gotta figure
my
something
live
out.
streams.
We gotta figure something out. I need to brainstorm something. Because, I mean, call me crazy, but I don't like it when one of the members of the community that we've grown and have built gets shortchanged like this. I've got to brainstorm something here.
TJ. TJ.
Right? And even if they don't, welcome to making your own podcast. I mean, let's get real.
Bubba.
For those that know, this microphone is not functional to the show. But if you didn't know any better, the microphone's there. And because of the angles, it looks like that microphone is a lot larger than what it really is. We playing on the angles, we're playing on a lot of things trying to make this show work. And it's all without the guarantee of a paycheck. Every single creator, 30 plus jobs, no guarantee of a paycheck. It's why most people take it up for a hobby. You know, this is not usually the average traveler of, okay, we're going to start a YouTube channel and this is going to be our 9 to... Oh, please turn that back on. There's a reason I wasn't arguing with that one. Well, it could be that one even, for the plants, but... yeah, that'll work. It's just that moment of... that dark shadow behind me sucks. But it is late enough that we might be able to actually get away with using green screen. Bring you in a little bit. Done. Okay. The return of the green screen. Y'all know I've got a green screen of a green screen that I can throw up in the background. People be green screening shit all over me around here. I might just turn around and make a short for it, where I've got that green screen background behind me, and play with that. Oh, sorry for any hologram glitches that we have. Okay, the hologram's not totally stable. We do go a little bit help me Obi-Wan Kenobi every once in a while. So if we happen to go help me Obi-Wan Kenobi every once in a while, please understand, it is not intentional, it just happens. After all, this transmission is coming from a pretty far distance. Fuck I do. I got tubes and a roller. I just got filters. Right. Have you figured out the premise for your show yet? Because honestly, I'm subscribing to the theory that maybe starting out the premise with absolutely no script and no concept might not have been exactly 100% the right move, but we are so far into it now that I'm not willing to give up on the premise. We're so far into it that the premise has to stand. That we are not scripted, that we do not have a script, that the chat takes us where we want to go. See, I still don't even know how to do the actual welcome page thing. You know, I know how to do the channel description, how to do the changing of the channel name, the background, the channel photo, the banner, whatever you want to fucking call them. But the whole introduction video, I don't get it. I don't get it. When I go onto my channel, my introduction video goes directly to the For Yous. And then it goes through into the fact of the live streams or the shorts or whatever's been most recent.
You forgot about that, didn't you? You know, so you press it, just you flip it back, slide it over. Close it all the way
That
back.
my show is I'm great and you'll think I am too.
Grab from the back.
Get 'em.
Okay, that works. Okay.
Get 'em.
You make sure you kill the. Oh no.
Just try to
I forgot.
Yeah, because that's helping balance off some of the shit with the green screens. How do you do clips? You turn around and you wait for it to go live. Feet got cold. Ooh. Lee, you've got premium, which means you can download videos. Which means if you download your live streams
Oh yeah.
and then throw them into the editor and clip them and separate out the segments, then you've got even more options than even I do. Truth, the most I've learned is how to set up the actual live for the starting of it. Outside of that, I really don't know much of jack.
To go with my cookies.
Yeah.
No offense, but I figured I'd ask first.
I know that heard you.
You deal with that. I was gonna go pee real quick.
Lee, I might be able to set up a plan there to try to help you out. Ruth, I could probably do the same for you. It would take me a little bit of time to be able to figure out how to throw together a baseline list for, like, the on the cheap notation. But, yeah. I'm pretty sure we could do that. Which ones? The backgrounds or the thumbnails?
You want me to take his food into the kitchen?
The ones that you see when he posts a new update, or the ones that you see when you click into the live stream?
I'll do that in the morning. I don't want it open tonight.
The thumbnails, that is his own editing. That is his own editing style. I think he's using... Now, I might be wrong on this, okay, so don't quote me on it. I think he might be using ChatGPT, if I remember correctly, and working through it to get those thumbnails that he wants. But don't quote me on that. I think I remember him saying something like that, but I don't want to turn around and assume to it.
I just helped, Mom.
But yes, he's getting really good at his thumbnails. I will give him credit on that.
I'm ready for it now.
See, I've got to get better on my thumbnails, but I got to pay for premium. I really do. And I'm not going to be able to do that this month. It just ain't going to happen. But getting shut down when you're in the middle of a creative process of reworking those photos and reworking those prompts, you know, getting shut down in the middle of that sucks.
I gotta grab.
Silence is your best friend.
I gotta grab one thing out of the fridge.
What?
I asked if I could finish off.
Yeah, but you don't need to take the whole damn gallon.
See, most of our backgrounds, we're actually working through Canva at this point.
They just
Like-
use the container thing.
Like, I know that we were having problems with the fact of feeling like we were putting the fact of our,
I don't ask very often.
I gotta do it this way.
Huh.
No. You don't have to pay for
I gotta refill
thumbnails.
my water bottle first.
You don't have to pay for thumbnails.
Why?
It's just the fact that if you want to use GPT to make them, you have to pay for premium because you only get like 3 photos that are generated through GPT before it'll tell you that you have to wait for 24 hours. Yep, Teddy ended the stream. Alright. So he realized he forgot to hit stop. Well, he came back from Alpha Centauri like a comet. Straight to the close button. Damn.
I split between the two of us.
Would you use for the other half? I didn't want to see. What?
Split.
Smart ass.
I learned from the greatest smartass.
I know. Love you all.
Smart asses unite.
Decided no one else.
You're burning up. You're running a fever.
You. Come. He just said the
Y'all,
curse word.
hold on.
He just cursed it.
Hold on. According to Mama Canna, curse words were thrown. Give me a second. We're gonna get it to where we got the proper one up. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? No. Where'd you go? 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 That one. Done. We're gonna flip. Thank you. Okay, now with that, I will be right back.
You don't have to do that. Just press forward and it'll tell you that.
You're hot.
Do what?
You're hot.
Why are you cursing?
Because you're warm.
Why are you two cursing at me?
Because you're warm. That's why I wanted my forearm jacket.
I'm cold.
Bullshit, your body is warm. Your forehead is warm. And with the fact that your body and your forehead are warm, even though you're stating you're cold, I love you. I do.
Don't you say it. Shut up. So help me God.
There's a 4-letter word. There is a 4-letter... Alright, fine. Fine. I'll turn around and kite one of the freaking 30 degrees, and I'll turn around and pull my fucking bag.
Nope, you're in the truck.
Minus 130 degree, and I'll hand him my fucking blankets.
I'll curl up with your blankets. Seriously, what?
I can... Well, I love you, I do, but if you're saying you're cold,
My dear fucking.
and my body has been inside of the jacket, which means that my forearm was already warm, and you're warm to my forearm, Mom, I love you, you're sick.
I can't be sick. I have an appointment I have to get done this week before I go get first.
Insomnia sucks. Yes, Teddy's going to bed.
See if I don't end up something.
Well, you know what? I'm glad that we could be your choice in sleep-inducing podcasts. That is such a backwards forwards compliment. I don't know how I should feel about that. But considering it brings a smile to my face, it can't be that bad. But yeah, if you haven't been sleeping lately, catch up on the Z's. You need them. Okay, off. Now, if I go all the way to the far end, that one's still there. Okay, we can do that. Yeah, wind, rain. The rain itself will put you to sleep. I mean, I don't know very many people that rain itself will not put them to sleep, especially if it's a lighter rainstorm. You know, if you're not getting massive crashes of thunder and massive flashes of lightning.
Manners. Manners. You're on beds. Manners. Manners. Yes, manners.
You fell for the bit.
What?
I actually got Lovely to fall for the bit. I'm glad that we could be that moment of I'm glad that we could be your choice in sleep inducing podcasts. You're not boring, Canna. We know we're not boring. We're just glad that we could be your choice in sleep induced podcasts.
I'm very hi. I'm very boring.
Oh man. Oh man.
Hey, watch it.
Y'all, I love Simon and how he does his show. Okay. You know, today I found out geographics, biographic, da 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 da, down the list for all the channels that he has spawned and or that he hosts. But he is still my number one choice in I'm going to bed, let this man lull me to sleep. If I'm totally awake, I will watch his content for hours and enjoy every minute of it. But he's still my number one choice of let this man's voice lull me to sleep.
Roll. Excuse you.
Um,
Didn't sneeze near that.
Allegedly, I'm capable of driving. Allegedly, a 2003 Mustang, 2009 Mustang, somewhere in there. It was one of the soft bodies. They did the same fucking body 2 times in a row. I kind of hated that fucking body for the Mustang, but they got pretty pissed on Highway 13 on the way in, getting passed up 2 or 3 times with a Taurus GL. I might have allegedly been behind the wheel at that moment in time. Brittany, you ain't boring. Your show's just fine. Let's get real. We've all got about the same hosting potential. We can keep a crowd going for a little while, but it takes the crowd to be able to keep it going.
I can't.
Really, you're the reason why I'm not hooked into a microphone at this point, because they kept screaming, "We want Mama Canna," and as long as I have my phone with the fact of at least half of the plus mark showing, they can hear you.
Well, that's new information.
I thought that was obligatorily obvious.
I need a floor.
Oh no. Oh no. Mama just went to the childhood cartoons of I need to flop and think. Yeah, as Lee says, Mama Canna is famous on here. Yeah, right. That's the thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some of those creators that, yeah, they're hyped up. They're this, they're that, the other. And we know that it's coming. But truth, most of us on average, we usually just go for the more laid back vibe. It is the way that it is. See, I still can't wait for the weather to actually turn around and stay above 50 overnight. You know, for more than just a week. More than just a few days. You know, give me 2 to 3 weeks of solid 50s. Or higher. I would be grateful to it. Because you know what that means? You know what that means? Fishing and camping season is now open. At that moment in time. Overnighter season is open at that point in time. when you hit 50. When you hit 50 subs, you got 20. Nope, sorry. You got 17 more to go. 17 subscribers. But if the memo that they sent you said 50 subs, you're locked down until 50 subs. It's just the way it is. Ain't nothing no one can do about that. All we can do is wait. And truth, if you have an email from YouTube in your email system, you might want to try to open up a correspondence with them. Straight up, you might want to open up that correspondence with them and actually get the conversation going with them. Because,
yeah, I know you care.
I mean, I understand the policy issue that you ran into, and I understand their concept of, yes, this is technically a major policy violation, though it may have been inherently not intentional, not realizing how the system works or how it's set up. You know, I get it, I do, but I don't see how you're supposed to get the subscribers if you can't post shorts and videos. Yeah, I know you've been blocked ever since, and like I said, I don't see how you're supposed to get the subscribers if you can't turn around and post shorts or videos. Because without being able to post videos or shorts, you're not able to grow your channel.
You know what? I am still bigger than you.
You're being forced to rely on the live streams that were already there that are posted into public already. Because I double checked that a little while ago. You're still able to watch the videos that are already there. But, dude, she does not box with you. You want somebody to box with, you box with me, but you turn around and do that off camera, sir. And you do it while he's not on the ground. Yeah. It's the second rule that just got you. The look of pout on my boy's face. The look of pout on his face. The pity-pouty shit with the glare. The pity-pouty shit with the glares. Buddy, I love you, but the second rule got you clean and clear as day. Oh, the glare. Oh, the glare. You're so scowsome. Yeah, that's handsome with a scowl. Yes, we have used up every single one of ours to be able to turn around and try to help. All of ours have been locked in to try to help. That's what put you up to like 33. Well, 32, 33 in there. But, yeah. I don't see how you're supposed to grow your channel if you can't post videos or shorts. That's what that's what I don't understand about the whole that they have put you in. Okay. Now, I could see banning the IP from the live stream access. Alright, I could see that. But you can't grow your channel if you can't post. I'm not sure how to solve that.
Start a new channel.
Because if he starts a new channel, that's circumventing the ban. That's policy evasion. Because of the way they fucking worded their contracts and shit. That's policy evasion. That's a ban evasion. That's an immediate blacklist. On both accounts. Not good.
If that's the case, then I take it. If you got two channels that you happen to be running, and you get a ban on one, does that mean you're banned on the other one too?
Depends on if it's IP set or not. It depends on if they turn around and link it in with secondary or not. But ultimately, yeah, you don't want to get caught trying to turn around and open up a secondary channel and doing it all
That's what I
over.
was asking, because you've got two channels, so if you were to be banned on one, does that mean you can still use the other one?
Me having two channels openly running at this moment in time, if I was to get in trouble on one, it would probably affect the other.
That's what I was trying to ask.
Probably. But I cannot guarantee that that would be the case. But yeah, I don't get how you're supposed to grow your channel if you can't post. I don't understand that. That breaks my brain. It makes no logical sense to me. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's an outright shutdown without banning you.
Rebel. Rebel. Hello. Rebel.
Damn, we're 2.5 hours in.
What's knowing the person behind the shell corp is another shell corp? What about the 34 million? Let's follow that. I'm trying to, but I always get used to it for less than 1 second. Ping pong through a bunch of offshore banks.
Rebel, you suck. Come here.
Davis, according to my friend White Collar, like South Park about banking. So we'll do nothing for us, which means we're dealing with the pros.
Well, you're not Rebel, but you'll do.
Where did all that inflation go?
I couldn't trace the recipient. The docs were sent me a tour and they disappeared into the void.
No, it's a camera. It's not even connected to the phone. It's just being used for the prop at that moment in time.
Come here.
That's it.
Come here. Come here.
But it looks good, don't it? But yeah, when I say that we capture our secondaries on 4K, that's the camera that we're capturing on. Okay?
Here you go.
But yeah,
All,
cord for the mic. Not even plugged
all
in.
better.
Our clients value their privacy.
And yet,
I see it. Oh, I see it.
If we see the video,
here we are on the lounge. Looking like we have a professional quality microphone being used
He's bendy.
on the cheap,
He's bendy.
per se.
He's bendy.
and,
He's bendy.
and people wonder where he got the nickname Wiggle from. That's where.
Bendy.
That's where.
Bendy.
Yeah, it does. It does. It makes it look really, really, really clean quality, don't it? Peekaboo! Hello, Brittany.
I don't know what's up there. I know, breathe.
I'm on my way to the stars in my favorite rocket ship. I'm on my way to the stars in my favorite rocket ship. Cause we're going to the stars. We're going to the stars. We're going to the stars. Oh, bendy
You gotta
doggo.
bring the phone over here and let them see this. Oh, I mean, come on now. This is priceless.
Yeah. The double, I see
But
you.
does it say they don't have a long reach with their neck?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm. Of course they got a long reach with their neck. They were bred to turn around and put their heads in holes and take out badgers. He's a badger hunting dog. Dachshunds in their true jobs. Badger, mole, vole, anything that turns around and goes in the ground.
Mouse.
Mis camuscas.
Baby kittens.
Mickey! Hi. Oh, you are
I'm
fluffy.
sorry, but if you really want to know the truth, if you think about it, the world's #1 most vicious dog in the U.S. It's not a kitty.
No.
It's not a kid.
Oh, wait. No, I can't shove you all the way down like that. I can only go about there,
It's a dog
give or
dog.
take. You know?
And any dog mixed and breed
Hi.
with it.
Hi.
It's purebred
Hi,
like this
Blitz.
one, you know?
Hi, Blitz. I'm not giving you the chair.
I'm sorry, but
You're not the host tonight.
that would worry me. I have him in my moments I worry about with him. Especially at his age.
Right? Don't worry. Don't worry.
Oh man.
We know that you love us, sissy. And we love you in return.
And the fun having us speak.
I know you don't have the ID.
Oh, hi, buddy.
I'm our speaking guest this first.
Hi, Blitzo. You are such a lovely boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're such a lovely boy. Hi. There you go. I know. Mom's sick.
I'm not.
Well, my arm is warm from the jacket and you're warm to my arm. What's that tell you? You're warmer than my arm from the jacket. You know what that tells me? Mom's sick. Moms don't get sick. Moms get NyQuil. As the commercial goes.
Nighttime sneezing stuff. Nighttime sneezing. Nighttime sneezing, coughing, stuffy, achy head, fever, so you can rest medicine. And yes, I did say it correctly. Those that might think it is wrong is incorrect. It is the slogan from the 1970s.
Yeah, I know it's the slogan from the 1970s. It's been true this whole fucking time.
But then they changed the words of it.
Yeah, of course the words got changed.
Sleep medicine. No. It's not. It's the nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, so you can rest medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
No, but her feet are cold. Her feet's cold, she feels cold, but her body's hot. We love you. You're sick. Welcome to your spring cold shit that comes every year.
No. Too much shit in the next week. Not allowed. Too much shit in the next week. Not allowed.
Oh, she's in bed. She's in bed. She's on the bed. She's refusing to admit that she's sick because, well,
I'm not sick.
and they say us men act like 2-year-olds.
You do. You men. I think you're good. I hate my I can't fever. My nose is running. I don't hurt. I feel good. Oh, so we just going to be like, oh, stupid.
And proclaim to the world that you're not sick.
Because we're not sick.
Oh, no. Ma, I love you. My arm was in a jacket. Your forehead was hot to my arm.
That's because you turned your inner core down, and I know you did.
No, actually, I didn't. Not with the jacket on. If anything, my core is warmer than if I had it off. Because I'm still reflecting the fact of that air gap back into my skin.
I'm not sick.
Hunter's jacket says otherwise.
I'm not sick.
Hunter's jacket says otherwise.
Hunters lie. I'm not sick.
Coming from your only son that could come within 10 feet to 15 feet of an active coyote digging for its food. The hunter's jacket says you're sick.
A lot better when we're the ones asking the questions.
Well, I tend to
It may be only a short-term case,
the results. Let me guess.
but you are actively feverish.
Black Amex card told you that's your first week on the job?
When your body says you're cold and the hunter's jacket says that your forehead is hotter than my arm, you're running a fever.
Oh, that's hold on me right now, right here.
I don't know anything about that.
Right here.
No, I know. It says 0 up there for me. We laugh about it almost every other show.
They investigate any and all people connected to an ongoing criminal investigation.
Which means we'd be forced to subpoena your phone records, emails, texts, late night home alone internet searches, and of course.
Y'all, this is going to be a constant, ongoing debate for the next week. I already see it coming.
Elena and I used to date
Great. Where is she?
in the Hamptons. She came by last night.
Because I love you, but everything in my core says that you're running a fever.
Gave me the keys to my place.
And that's coming from your internal heat sink.
I don't know because that's even coming from Bubba.
Yeah, that's coming from a heat sink.
And Bubba is a heat seat from hell.
Uh-huh. You've got 2 walk-in heat sinks in the house, and they're both calling off the fact that you're warmer than them and you're sick. It may only be a momentary lapse of the fact of a fucking feverish, but yeah. Low grade or not, it's up there.
Right.
You're above 98.6.
Special. Please leave.
Above 98 and below 101.
The arrogance. All those smug elitist papers.
So, low grade.
Alright. 22 Swan Lane. Wayne Scott.
But I ain't gonna lie to you, it's there.
Are you just a control freak or you hate my drive?
Both. Excuse me.
Yeah.
There you go. Always part of
Lovely with the intermittent naps.
No, you know how I fix it? It's called grab 2 ibuprofens and turn on grab 2 Advils for my brain. And take all four of it one by one and go home and good would be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Been investigating your dance for years. Why is it not prosecute them?
I don't know.
Very nice to meet you.
Hydration, rest, wake up, do it all over again.
Not to mention that my right knee spot.
Woohoo! Sissy got a job tomorrow.
She is. Maybe too amazing.
Too amazing? It doesn't exist.
Oh, just a tiny one.
Just go on the trip. Stop overthinking.
Good night, Ruth. Have a good one. Take it easy.
I know it sounds stupid, but it's a lot easier on people with money and that agree.
It's not stupid. I get that. I'm just a small town girl from Indiana. You know?
So, we're back to the my numbers are lying to me paradox.
West Point.
I don't have the tablet to double check.
I mean, you're the guy that they
I don't have the proper bookmark on your phone to double check.
Tony has my phone. Tony knows my phone. Tony has an iPad. And a tablet. Got it, sorry.
That felt good. What felt good?
And his phone is only at 10%.
What felt good? Talking about things over here feeling good. What's feeling good on good? How does me rolling feel good?
I don't know who killed Brad. You have to believe me.
It.
That's you, right?
Alrighty then.
Brad's laptop?
Beautiful. This is how the cookie crumbles. Let's go forward.
Brad's doing what you're doing. Called the SEC.
You or someone you're working with smashed his head.
We know not where we're going, but we're going up the stream. We lost our paddle long ago. Oh, up the stream without a paddle, up the stream without a paddle, we'll keep swimming, swimming, oh. Well, it's better than saying we're up shit creek.
You know, you'd almost pass for a young Kringle.
Elena, can you tell me what happened?
Okay. And I could really start singing It's a Small World After All.
He said if I didn't do
Oh, the look of glare that I'm getting. Hi. You say Kringle, I call and raise you. It's a small world. After all. Night, sissy. Oh God, now Brittany's singing it. Oh, now Brittany's singing it. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small, small world. uh, y'all, you know that has been used. That has been used in enhanced interrogation. That exact song. That should tell you. And that song right there. Yes, it is literally maddening if you listen to it long enough. If you subject someone to It's a Small World for a long enough duration, you will get yourself the equivalent of somewhere in between a Mad Hatter and a Joker.
Yeah. And it's been proven.
Scientifically validated.
And it's been proven. Our military's done it how many times in the last decades?
Hey, yeah, right. That was our shit when we were like 10 years old. Fucking early Disney. Early Disney.
No, that'd be Steamboat Willie.
Hey, Steamboat Willie's in the public domain now. We can do whatever we want with them.
I know, right?
And that's a scary, but possibly multiple door opening concept. That Steamboat Willie is in the public domain.
Not as Steamboat Willie, but even as Mickey.
No.
Yeah.
No. Only Steamboat Willie's version has gone into public domain. I have double checked this multiple times. The version that is claimed as Mickey Mouse that is currently named as Mickey Mouse is dedicated as a different character upon the copyright notation.
Okay. Well, Steamboat Willie's still up there.
But yes, Steamboat Willie is public domain.
Yes.
So the earliest version of Señor Mickey Mouse is up for grabs.
Yeah, there is no copyrights on him anymore. There will never be another copyright.
And that in itself is... Well, actually, they can reinstate the copyright if they pay to reinstate it.
No, they can't. They had X amount of time to reinstate it. They chose not to. They chose to finally let it go. They voluntarily allowed it to lapse.
Well, yeah.
For public domain usage.
Well, yeah.
To where the public can now have access to it.
You know what I really wish that they would turn around and allow into public domain? Private snafu. I would love for private snafu to be able to be up in public domain. Because then I'd be able to show it on the channel without getting in trouble. And I'm sorry, some of those cartoons, knowing that they were made for the troops, some of those cartoons are just fucking priceless. And they all still fall within the censors, because you can still find it on YouTube. Yeah.
I got one for you. Old cartoon.
Okay.
Do you remember the cartoon? Ever seen the cartoon? Let me rephrase that.
Mm-hmm.
For the Chevy company?
Well, there were quite a few of them for the Chevy company, and one of them specifically was Cinderella being used in the aspect of promoting the Chevrolet company.
I mean, before that, before Cinderella.
At Wayfair, I get pretty excited about furniture.
Go
Mm,
back to a prince
well, yeah,
and a king.
yeah, the Prince and the King, and
And the
yeah,
princess, he slayed what he had to slay.
mm-hmm.
He wanted,
Their Aladdin concept
yeah.
of the Chevrolet commercials back in the day when they were still doing them in cartoon, because the cartoons were only supposed to be time fillers.
Right. Guess what? They're back.
Mm,
I watch them every week. It's the same one every week. I still watch it.
cool.
It's Saturday morning. It's one guaranteed without fail.
But no, I mean, don't get me wrong. I miss Saturday morning cartoons. I really do. I miss waking up on Saturday morning, grabbing a bowl of cereal, and watching Yugi use his cards incorrectly. And to any true Yu-Gi-Oh fan, I argue this to this day. I will stand on it. He used his cards incorrectly. The TCG and the show do not line up on the card type that was shown. And even when they did, sometimes, if you actually look at the card description of the cards that are being played, they don't line up with the activation of effect that's being used on the field. Okay? I spent a long time on Yu-Gi-Oh! Come on. I had basically more or less the entire original set of cards when I was in my first placement. They disappeared after I hopped the wall and were stated that they were never found. Bullshit. They were sold. Because I know the value of that collection. I knew the value of cards I had sitting there, I just couldn't afford to take them with me. I was hoping they would end up in the bin with the fact of the rest of my belongings. It didn't happen that way. But yeah. Hi Sky. Hi Sky. Uh, Insomnia hit again. The insomnia done turned around and hit again, did it? Well, nice to know that there's always a door open somewhere to one of the lounge rooms. Yeah, I know, right? Wake you up in the middle of the night and not let you go back to bed. Yep. See, I've been having the problem that my brain won't shut down until like between 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning our time. Whether I'm on live or not, it doesn't matter. It's like 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock our time, I'm finally shutting down. And I know what it is. The last job that I worked that I actually did that was enjoyable for the most part was security over at the Gorge Amphitheater. Okay. I was night shift. So figure 8 o'clock at night until basically 8 o'clock in the morning. 12-hour shift. Well, usually about 3 would be about the fact of fucking lunchtime, da-da-da-da-da, down the fucking list. Well, I'm finally fucking ready to crash type shit. You know, about the time I'd be downing more caffeine. Without enough caffeine to stay up. So, still getting at least some sleep in the early hours of the morning, but not as many as I would be. But yeah, it's one of those. It's like we say, we love our insomniacs. Our insomniacs are what make the show run. Those that actually actively participate in chat, they're the ones that make the show run. Without you guys, it doesn't exist. Because it's a known fact. No script, no prompt, no guideline, just pure, unadulterated, where the chat goes is where we go. Right. That's about how the flip works too. And I don't know. It's something about the seasonal switch into spring that it happens. Some people to this day still say that that is a remainder and a leftover of us actually having a biphasic sleep, quote unquote. The early hours of the morning, like 3 to 5 a.m., the waking, and then going back to bed and continuing to sleep until the sun rose, and then getting back up again to be able to start the workday. But that's usually about the time that people would be kneading and preparing bread down the list, is that 2 to 5 a.m. mark.
She's a year younger than me. Okay, have you seen her or any of these women in New York?
No, as I told you, I don't want to see anyone other than the men I dated. I want to help. I'll do anything you want.
Nobody's gonna be awake right now. Nobody's gonna be awake right now. Oh wait, half of the group is half the group's on the other side of the pond. We're fine. There's plenty of entertainment for Sky at this late hour. And every drink I take, I have more caffeine in my system. Yes.
Incapable of being quiet when going out of the door. I suppose with a dog that falls like they do. That door and or that chain without doubt can be heard any given time that a dog goes out that door on the lead. We know this.
That's why Jasper's going on the rope. I can get him out of the door with the chain lead and still have him out of the door and still have it quiet. Jasper might just require the rope for the fact of the knots.
Okay, but you understand what I'm telling you, right?
Yeah.
It's only been heard,
And the prison document
right?
is tiger tattoo.
Mind you.
And it confirms this exactly what she saw.
You mean
But where did we find
time since you've left.
Okay. But we have nothing connecting him to the sex trafficking inside of
What
jail
should
or
be
to
heard
No,
when taking a dog out
but we do have Elena.
has only been heard
Maybe she's willing to wear a wire.
since you left.
This has to be her decision. You're straight with no murder's cases.
Let's see.
This man we're going after is obviously very dangerous.
6-ounce bag that just got opened.
Better than anyone. Problem is right now we can't touch him. So we're hoping that you can meet up with him. Just get him to start talking about insider trading or
No.
and then hopefully
No. No. It's a trap. Admiral Akbar is screaming in the back of my mind. It's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap.
Sit up, please.
It's a trap. It's 3:44 Sky's time. It's a trap. I was number 1. Brittany was number 2. I'm fixing to be number 3. So I'm a twofer. But nah, I have Admiral Akbar screaming in the back of my head now. It's a trap. Sky woke up at 3:44, just right on time for Canna on a late night session to turn around and end up going through and setting Canna up to be at 4:20 Sky's time in the AM. The last time that happened, Canna slept until 3 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I know.
Canna's worried now. But then again, the last time that happened, I was doing Dabby D's. You lost the remote. Okay, question. Do you want the yellow light or do you want the side light? Because that side light can end up going all the way over to here. Moment. Because that side light's capable of going all the way over here even. For that moment. And it's probably black on black.
I'm stoned.
Oh, shit. Alright, hold up.
Stoned lost.
Hold up. Hold up. Canna has to save Mama. Mama got stoned and lost the remote. I will return in just a moment.
And I haven't moved.
I know you haven't been customers before. Okay.
That's not how I had them. That is not how I had them. They are not right. You know, you flip them back. You did all this.
Well, then
They
you
were right when
fix.
I had them.
Well, then you fix. I found the remote. I stand on the fact I found the remote. The rest of the situating the blankets is on you.
It was really bad. Did you look at the good way? You left the light on. Everybody's gonna touch this. It's funny. What more do you guys want? Do what?
I said the world go dark over there. Ah. Yeah, I know. It's the only way to make it cheap enough. Lee, currently right now we have been getting into Dexter.
I want one.
That has been the go-to show of choice lately is Dexter. We just finished off season 2. Dude, Lila is nuts. Straight fucking nuts, ho. I never saw that shit coming with Lila. Well, I saw it coming, but not in that glorious of a fashion. And to think just how far Dexter went to be able to get back at Lila for it. Okay, and that's not going into any real detail. You know, yeah, spoiler ahead type shit, but not really a spoiler ahead type moment.
Does he get even? Yeah, Dexter gets
He gets fucking even, but the lengths that he went to...
But he gets even with all of them, so...
In their own time, yeah, but the lengths that he went to get even with Lila, that was on a whole nother fucking level.
Oh, I know.
And there's still a whole nother 3 seasons to go.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, Lee. The reason for that is simple. It's simple. Harry taught him a code. That code's number 1 rule was don't get caught. The first thing he does is put up plastic to catch any of the splatter or otherwise. He's using it to catch all of anything that might be possibly introduced into the room at that moment in time.
Understand he's
Okay.
He's a blood splatter.
Yeah, a blood splatter analysis
For the police department.
that is a confirmed homicidal genius. Yeah.
But
That's funny because one of the middle names of my daughter is Lila. Because I like the Oasis song, Sky. But that's cool too. That's awesome.
that's her 17-year-old. That's her soon-to-be adult.
Lee, how
child.
far have you gotten into the series? How far are you into it at this point?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Because
I don't want to do spoilers.
I don't want to let too much off. I mean, Dexter's been out for a while. Most of it Okay, then yeah, at that point in time, yeah, mostly only the bad guys, but there was that issue with the senator's brother. Okay, that one is a whole different ballgame. Now, I'm not sure if that one alleviates itself over time because we haven't gotten that far into it yet. But currently, right now, the way that that's sitting, that might have been the one time that he actually went against the fact of the code that Harry set.
So Frank's leaving for Albania tomorrow, which means that right now is when we should to nail this.
It was an complete accident.
Thank you. You're doing great. I've got your back.
Well, Sissy, we may dictate goodnight once more, but that's getting pinned. In a world of laughter, in a world of tears, it's a world of hope in the world of fears. It's a small world after all, and that's why we have one another. My phone's all screwed up. I'm behind. It's getting pinned.
Jane said if I was ever in any trouble, real trouble, and I couldn't find her, I should reach out to her at this restaurant.
What kind of trouble anyway?
Dude, have you not looked at who Dexter works for, what his job is, what he does?
Blood splat analysis
Um,
for the police department.
come on, James. James in the cabin. Okay. James in the cab. He did damn near get caught. He was on the verge of getting caught. James was on the verge of getting out of there in time with everything involved to turn around and end up having Dexter caught. Until Lila showed up and, well...
Everything went boom.
In a glorious fashion. In a glorious fashion.
She's just as sadistic as Dexter, but on a whole...
She was. I mean, the moment that she found out that he was the Bay Harbor Butcher, you could just see it in her aura and in her face of, oh, poor Dexter. This weight that he carried. Just drops the fucking keys, opens the tank, starts the fucking stove, gone. Well, Dexter's safe, but now she's not going to be with us much longer. But she was also the one and only person so far that he has actually given an epidural to.
Where she didn't feel it.
Mm-hmm. Though he openly admitted it's because he didn't have time to be there long. Hey, Emily, how's it going? How's it going? Okay, he's not dumping them in the river. He's not dumping them in the river. He started dumping them in the first area, okay? But his first zone got picked up and got found because a couple of divers turned around and went treasure hunting, alright? When he moved out to the fact of where he went to go start dumping them off the second time, he was dumping them off into the Gulf Stream. The one that actually turns around and cuts all the way through and will take it out hundreds of miles out into the ocean. You know, the likelihood of them getting found at that point is slim to fucking nil. Because they're nowhere near where he would be at. You know, Harry's code. Which apparently Harry wasn't so perfect himself. Though it did fuck with me to find out exactly how Harry turned around and transpired to end up in the position that he was in. That Harry was no longer with him. You know, the fact that he looked the monster that he had created dead in the fucking face and just couldn't take it.
3 days later, he was again 3 days later, he's in concert.
Yep.
72 hours.
House is good. House is great.
House is funny.
What is Harry's code? Rule number 1, don't get caught. Rule number 2, refer back to rule number 1. Take everything I've taught you, everything I've trained you, everything that I have turned around and instilled in you. Only go after those that turn around and deserve it.
Which is rule number 2.
Which is technically rule number 2. But rule number 2 is always refer back to rule number 1, and then rule number 3 is only those that deserve it. And only if they're going to hurt again. Always do your fact checking down the list, you know. Harry's code is very particular. I mean, Harry was a sheriff. He had a particular set of values that he instilled with it.
He was an officer for the same department for which Harry was
Yeah.
an officer at the same department for which Dexter
currently works in.
Yeah.
But yeah,
He was an officer, not a sheriff.
Yeah, that was basically the epitome of Harry's code. Is rule number 1, don't get caught. Rule number 2, refer back to rule number 1. Rule number 3, only those that deserve it. Rule number 4, refer back to rule number 1. Because it was always about rule number 1. Everything else was secondary. But he was just trying to keep what he saw in Dexter from ever landing Dexter behind bars. Season 3 episode... Fuck, I think we stopped at episode 1 or 2 on season 3. Okay, so episode like 2 or 3 on season 2. Sorry, 2 or 3 on season 3. We're starting like the halfway run for it. Though another show that was really fucking good, and honestly, even for the subject matter involved, it surprised me, but another show that was really fucking good was Breaking Bad. Yeah. Are they actually coming up with new seasons for Dexter again? Yeah. Lee, it's the funny one. It's the funny one. I really hope they do. Because honestly, it'd be nice to have more episodes to binge. Because sooner or later, once you go through a binge session or 2 or 3 on a show, you run out of episodes. Though another one on Netflix that I could binge to my heart's content and continue to watch over and over again.
Eureka.
Well, for you it's Eureka. For me it's Cyberpunk. They did really, really awesome with Cyberpunk when they did it.
Yeah, but they did really good with Eureka too.
Yeah, I know. And Delicious in Dungeon. Mm-hmm. If you can catch Delicious in Dungeon, it's a decent series. That is a rarity. That is like 1 in 35 days. We count the lucky stars and graces that it happened. We might actually have good weather. Sky's in the future and she has no clouds. Reports from the future say bright and sunny. At least if you're in the UK. Nah.
So I got news. About what? About Ryan. He applied to New York PD. To be a cop? What? You know what? What is that supposed to mean? I mean, Ryan's a great kid.
Not usually, no. Now it's 18. 18 degrees. Or 18 viewers. Because, once again, I have no idea what the numbers up there actually are. You know, I'm running with it. The show must go on. Whether the numbers are right, wrong, or indifferent. It's the final countdown. Yes, 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 yes. Shit, I got caught without him. 18 minutes. Wow, we're over 3 hours in already. No way. No way. Timer up there's got to be playing with me. We're over 3 hours in. Alright, alright. That means we've already put in 5 hours for the day.
Yeah, finally.
Huh?
I'm shutting down, are you?
Oh no. No, not shutting down. I'm looking at it realizing that we put in 5 hours already today on live stream, and it's like, where the fuck did the time go? Because it's like it was here and then it was gone. Hmm? No, signal. Signal. I've managed to get at least 3 hours in so far without it busting up on me. I think it tried to bust up one time earlier, but it didn't make it through the bust up. It's being nice to me apparently. But yeah, altogether between this stream and the last stream, we're already up above 5 hours. And that's not counting the actual watch time that it would send into them on the fact of the averages that it sends in. So, dude, I know there's more than 2 people. It shows at least 5 up there now, and I'm still not going to guarantee that that number's actually correct. Hi, Emily. Hi, Emily. Nice, nice, nice. But yeah, if anyone's curious, I've kind of stopped looking at the analytics for a little bit. I'm getting to the point where if I continue to look at the analytics and I keep showing that I'm in that 200 loop, you know, the 2 to 210 range of that loop, it's going to drive me nuts. It really is. It is what it is. So I'm avoiding my subscriber number right now and simply going on the notation of more or less watch time. We're going to get the watch time in because the watch time is the easiest spectrum to get into there. You know, especially when it's only 3K watch hours. We got to keep going with it. Now, as to whether or not we'll get the 500 subs that we need, that's always a debate. Huh? Yeah, we have to have 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours to hit basically what we call bronze level. If you're able to get your super chats and your channel subscriptions and da-da-da-da-da. You know, maybe not the advertisement revenue, but at least super chats down the list. But yeah, I don't know why the channel is like frozen at 200, 210. I'm not sure if it's me, if it's the setup, if it's the premise of the show, if it's just the fact that the show's not getting out there or what. But it's got me confused. It's showing 4 over here. Like I said, my numbers fluctuate. They play games. I mean, I know that there's at least 5 of us that are here kicking back. You know, I can guarantee that. But my numbers fluctuate. They do what they do. It's a signal issue on my side, I'm sure of it. Yeah, tech joys. Exactly. Because I know that all of my analytics, no matter what I do, I've got a delay in the system. Okay? Now, for most of my analytics, that's a 2-day delay. Same as any other creator. For some of those analytics, we have multiple day delays. Like our earning ratio for the fact of our applicable watch hours for the fact of monetization. Okay? We were already into April well into April by a few days, and it was still only showing me like March 30th as the last eligible day that it was showing. Okay? So, I know there's delays in the system.
How did you see him the last time you saw him?
What does your side say?
Does he mention Robert Cavanaugh?
From the future and the void. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, it is. I've come to notice that. I think what happens is with nighttime, I'm not getting all the background glare from the sunshine behind me, which is letting the actual lamp itself turn around and project light this way and not having all that background sunshine glare turning around and combating it. Because there's no way I can shut these curtains out and make them dark enough to be able to turn around and get it to the way it is right now. But I have noticed that when it's dark, it does turn around and end up making a lot of the lag seem to disappear. Like a lot of the clarity issues, they disappear, they go away. Here it changes so much that I stop looking. Holy crap on a cracker. Alright, alright, alright. Lee, I've already said it 101 times, man. Put me on a live stream without anything in my hands. Not good. Problem is, out of habit, it usually ends up being a cigarette. And the thing is, sometimes you really got to make sure that it's the right cigarette. Because sometimes it's not the right one. No bright lights, don't put water on it, and no feeding after midnight. I am not a mogwai. And for those that want to argue that, okay, a mogwai is what he was given at the shop. A gremlin is the spawn of a mogwai after water has been dripped on it, causing them to become, I'm not even sure what the word is, but corrupted comes to mind. Yes, yes, she has the briefcase. She has the briefcase with all the wondrous beasts. Hey, by the way, how is that little platypus-looking thing doing? I hear that he's got a penchant for gold. Dinosaurs. Oh, dinosaurs. Dino nuggies. Don't fuck with the dino nuggies. Don't fuck with Austin's nuggies. And fuck you, Tom. Order him a new fucking order. It's just nuggets, fries, and a large iced tea. That's not that fucking difficult. Dude, spend $20. Make it right. Otherwise, we'll continue to say, fuck you, Tom. Fucking nugget thief. It's telling me 3. It's telling me 3. It says I got 10 likes but 3 viewers. And for Lee, it says that you're over here with 7 on your side for your screen showing. Dude, I'm telling you, my analytics, they're all over the place. They're all over the place. That's why sometimes I just can't trust them. This is why usually I've got my analytics running in the background on the tablet down here, over here on the desk. But my little brother is using it currently for the fact of his live stream and his set, so it is what it is. But yeah, that's normally why I have the YouTube Studio open over on the tablet. is because those analytics, there's a slight delay in them, but they are a lot more on the mark. Yep, yep, yep. I know, and I've got that one sitting, waiting, trying to forget that it's there. Teddy went to Alpha Centauri. Sky has her way about it. She's sending me to Alpha Centauri. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 3 hours and 16 minutes in. What I would laugh at is if 4:20 her time actually lined up with 3:20 over here. Because we got 3 minutes until it switches over to 3:20 over here. Yes. Yes. I've got a drink. But it's also caffeine. So I have to keep myself balanced. Because, well, we've seen what happens when Canna gets over caffeinated. The show goes on way too fucking long. And that's without red lines. If I actually had access to my red lines, we'd have a for Sky going close to 4:20. Oh, for us 10:14. And matter of fact, that tells me I've got 6 minutes left. So 3 hours and 23 minutes on the timer. Is about Sky's 4:20.
Well, that's why I asked you that I had to get about 4:20, and then I heard something about 3:20 here.
Alright, Emily. Have a good night. Get some rest. Best wishes to you and Ben. Huh? We went to the pit. Alright, Lee. You're welcome. Wow, everybody's crashing. Everyone's crashing. I don't know, I might just keep it going just because, but man, everyone's crashing out. Sky over here, no sleeping allowed. See, something tells me that Sky would be the one in class to walk over with a stack of really heavy books and tell the kid at the desk next to somebody that's sleeping to like scoot over and just be quiet. And take that stack of really heavy books and just let it drop. You know, like our teachers used to do when we were sleeping in class. But, something tells me that, yeah, Sky would be the one in the classroom to do that. Yeah, apart from you, exactly. Exactly. Sky, you've got your excuse to be asleep. Feckin' insomnia. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait. No, 16. We got 4 minutes. Okay. and yet, I don't know, something in me finds it comedically humorous and highly ironic that out of all the possible times for you yourself to wake up, you woke up just in time to sink Canna on another 4:20 morning that I swore probably wasn't going to happen again for a little while on a Monday. Not a Friday, not a Saturday, not a Sunday, a Monday. Of all days. First day of the week and I got sank to the UK's 4:20. Alright. The funny part is, truth be told, I could probably keep it going long enough to actually hit the 7-8 a.m. crowd in the UK. for those that end up waking up that have nothing better to do. Yes, we know. You're a resident fortune teller. You live in the future and forecast the past. Brittany over here with the eyes. I see you. Hiding in the shadows. The only way anyone's getting a true all-nighter with Canna, in all honesty, is I would have to be on either a full-blown insomnia run, and or I would have to have access to like my red line energy drinks. And trust and believe, if I had access to my red lines and I drank like 2 or 3 of them and we pulled an all-nighter, people would honestly believe that I was tweaking, because my eyes would fucking pinpoint. But I'd be up all night without using anything illicit. No, I know. I had to take a test hit just to see where it was at, and I'm glad that I did, because that was just a wee bit clogged.
Hey, Ballistics just came in on his dad's gun. Not the same one that was used to kill Cabot. Also,
All right,
GSR in the
that's fixed. Eep. Bring the foot down so that way my foot don't fall asleep. Almost. Almost. And now.
Which might explain why he said that 4 days ago. He sent a text saying, gotta pay up soon, Doc, or things will get ugly. Where's Shelby now? We don't have a last name address. Hold on a sec. I'll trace it. He just charged his credit card, the Lancaster Club on Lexington. Take away your
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's not even a fucking dabby do. Ah, that wasn't even a dabby do. That wasn't even a dabby do. Focused, energetic, and uplifted. That is okay. Oh, that might explain it. That might explain a lot. See,
Did you kill him?
they got mixed, but one is focused energetic, and uplifted. Great concept for the show, right? The other one is relaxed, euphoric, and calm. So it's actively competing between the effects. That explains the fucking roller coaster that this one's been. Um, alright. I'm cool with that. Because it's fun. I get those moments of totally 100% peaceful, calm, tranquil. Everything just zones out and zeroes out for a moment. And then I get those moments of bouncy. Right. They plotted against me. They plotted the formula of a plan to be able to make her wake up at bewitching hour, to turn around and end up having me end up going through the fact of the 420 hit. For which, those that do not know, it is actually 4 a.m. Dependently on your belief system, it is either 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. Now, I'm a clusterfuck in my belief system. Take all the fucking religions, throw them together, boil out the bullshit. It all lines up eventually. That's my opinion of religion. Mine and mine alone at that point. But, yeah. 3, 4 a.m., double bewitching hours, dependently on which form of the religions you follow. Yeah. That was also one hell of a song. Margaritaville spawned an entire fucking thing in and of itself. You know, can I just make a notation? Just for a minute. One notation. I know that since we've been using the headphones for the mic, that it's become basic of a standard to have them there. But y'all, if I'm being honest, truth, there's a reason why I've taken to the liking that I know that if I have that phone at a certain spot, y'all can hear me clearly. Okay? And then, not only that, but leaned into it with the fact of the prop, and the usable prop at that, of the microphone from the camera itself, to portray that mental notion of, hey, he's got a microphone, it sounds pretty good, it sounds alright. You know, it's worth it. And kind of shied away from using the actual microphone on the headphone for now. And it's because, truth, no matter how far out I set these, they are just fine over my head. You know, when the headband's over my head and they're over my ear, just fine. But when they're on my neck, it's that muscle point right here, like right there at the back of your neck, where that flat line for your back transfers into the front. And they take the fucking brunt of it. It actually becomes very, very uncomfortable after a while. And with all due respect, 3.5 hours in, my neck just can't take it no fucking more. I've got to get them off my neck. I've been trying to throw them on every so often just for the look of the show, but no, not when it's getting uncomfortable. I have to turn around and look at the hiker's guidebook for that. You know, it's the concept of, if you have something in your boot or in your shoe that is causing discomfort when you're hiking, do not wait to remove it from your boot. Take it out immediately. You know, take off your boot, take off your sock, down the list. Find that thing that's irritating your foot and remove it. Because if you don't, it's going to be even worse down the line.
We're still giddy because my eggs should be beautiful all day and night.
We're putting finished jet dry to the test, so we're in a limestone cave letting extreme residue build up.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. A lot of people have that ingrained fear because, well, let's get real. A lot of the religions that pertain to the mythology and legend of the fact of 3 a.m. and bewitching hour and the powers that it holds and that it maintains down the list, in the attempt of persecuting them, a lot of people were led to fear those hours. You know, oh, that's the hour that the devil's out and he'll come and take your soul. Oh, that's the hour that the monsters come out to play. Oh, that's the hour where naughty children that are outside, they're going to be taken off by this angry horned thing that lives up in the mountain and takes them in a sack. Yeah, shout out to Krampus. You're still my favorite. You're still, to this day, my favorite Christmas legend of all. Because people have totally forgotten the fucking meaning of Christmas, in my opinion, and you are just the perfect answer for the cynic like me. You know, Krampus had his ups for the fact of the uses of his stories, but nevertheless, you know, it is what it is. They've been taught to fear those hours, that it's the hours of evil, da 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 da, down so long that the original meaning of those time frames and the religious, spiritual, down the list connotations to them, they've been lost over time. They really have. And any practitioner, I know that you feel the pain of that because I know I do. You know, I hate that it's demonized. I really do. You would think in the modern day culture that we have that it would be taken no different than any other modern day religion. But of course, you know, the great church says that us pagans are just heathens. Well, guess what? This pagan is also an ordained minister, so do with that what ye will. Mashallah. And the funny thing is, that was used in its proper context, which is even worse. Tell me I'm not learning shit from Harem.
Yeah.
I even made sure to double check it in the fucking dictionary just to make sure that I used it in the proper context. Just to throw it. But yes, perfect. Perfect.
He didn't do it out of friendship. He used it as leverage. Him to join Samara.
No. Let's see. I've heard. Okay, now understand, Mal. If I am incorrect and or clarification can possibly be handed, right? Because Brittany popped off with a statement, and I'm gonna mark off the list that I've heard at least personally on my end. Um, as far as which ethnicities do we have, personally myself, I've heard that there's English, German, Scottish, Dutch, Pennsylvania Dutch, aka Amish, multiple implicit friggin' Native American tribes that are no longer considered on the DAOs or rosters for the fact of the Cherokee tribe because the Cherokee tribe believes they run everything and all, and that the rest of the tribes just kind of fall into their own subsection that shouldn't be able to earn anything out of the fact of the general funds for all tribes. You know, that debate still rages. We're not going to go there today, but yeah. And that includes the fact of lineages all the way back to tribal chiefs, including Sitting Bull. Yep. Funny thing is, we've got one of the greatest war chiefs in our lineage to begin with, and we've also got one of these, in some cases, wisest chief that paid a penance for simply trying to keep his culture alive. All because he was running with the fucking rodeo shows. White man didn't get it. Called a rain dance, fucking war dance, and shot his ass. Wasn't fucking right then, it wouldn't be right now.
I don't get angry. It's a waste of energy. It doesn't serve a purpose. That's not what your ex-boyfriend said in the body of his restraining order. That matter's been resolved.
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
I have nothing to do with politics.
See, now, if we want to really get in depth with it, okay, and I stand by this, there's a reason why I stand by the King James Version of the Bible, not the New King James, not the New International Version, not down the list, all these edited versions that they've come up with to try to make it simpler for the layman. If you go back to your King James Bible, let us make man in our image according to our likeness, and he made man in his image according to his likeness. That is the direct quote. I cannot give you the verses for those quotes, but it is in chapter 1 or chapter 2 of Genesis. It depends on which day of creation you're looking at, because chapter 2 restarted creation at day 3, prior to the fact of humans being created, and then recreated humankind for man and woman out of rib. First set was dust. Claimed a failed experiment. And as I say, there's reasons that modern day churches have turned around and shunned me out of their doors. And it is due to the fact of certain interpretations that I have of the text for which it's given. No, Brittany, I'm not mad at the Cherokee people themselves. I'm mad at the ones that are running the fucking higher up notation of the tribal DAOs. Okay? It's not the general tribespeople themselves that have caused the issue.
The Cherokee are now selling their tribal cards.
Yeah, I know, and that's a whole another issue in and of itself. It's like I said, I don't have issues with the tribe's people themselves. It's the people that are in charge of the fucking paperwork.
Yep.
It's just like I don't have issues with a lot of my family on the tribal side. I have issues with the fact that my uncle, in all of his fucking stupidity, caused our tribe to be deregistered. My Uncle Melvin cut great-grandma's lineage out of the tribal fucking lines. And all of the fucking tribal history from here forward. Outside of spoken lineage. Which, no offense, man, I'm fine with that, because that's just the same fucking way our history has been passed down for generations. But considering that Great-Grandma Weaver was one of the last remaining Blackfeet members, yeah. Melvin, you fucked up. If I was to turn around and have my documents sent to me, then yes, legally I could do so. Yeah, see, Blackfoot is still more prominent than Blackfeet. See, Blackfeet, my great-grandma Weaver, she was one of the last remaining tribeswomen of that tribe. When my great-grandma passed away, for what it's worth, that tribe more or less became non-existent at that point. The lineage and heritage of that tribe, outside of the fact of ones that had moved on and been separated into a different category of tribe, outside of that, the 1.8% problem that we run into.
Depression symptoms more than an antidepressant alone. So with antidepressant, Rexall, they could provide a boost. Elderly people with dementia.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that was the first rule. You know, and forgive my interpretation of it, but love thy God like you would love thyself, like you would love thy neighbor before you. Treat people how you want to be treated, and you'll end up where you're going. Simple. Oh, no shit. No shit. I love my father, but he was one of them. He was a narcissist to his fucking core. The man could turn around and sit in front of a lake and watch himself. Okay, he was the epitome of where the term came from. And considering my mother's right there, if I was wrong, I know I'd be called out for it. But I'm sorry, Senior was a perfect epitome to narcissists and where that term came from.
Chicken farm without Purdue chicken. No antibiotics ever.
Is that homemade murder? Because they totally 100% for sure deserve it. Delicious chicken they make.
But no, some people just ain't capable of being nice. They try to be nice, they try to pretend to be nice, but they're not nice. See, me, I've got two sides. I've got the I'm cool with you, and we're all good, and there's not a problem one, and we can all turn around and get along and have a good day, and down the list. Okay? That's one side. The other side, that side gets me charges. It leads me to be in court. It leads me to have to sit in front of a jury or sit in front of a judge and turn around and tell them why this person got sent to the hospital. All while trying to keep myself from getting registered at my hands and feet. So, and considering some of the training that I was given while I was younger, you know, I would prefer to stay unregistered.
With moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, my skin was no longer mine. My active psoriatic arthritis joint symptoms held me back. Symptoms defining.
Uh,
With clearer skin.
you know, the irony is,
Most people suffer.
I have a family legend or a family myth in my family per se that on my father's side, somewhere along the line, my great grandmother ended up getting together with one of the members of the house, as we will say, because for what it's worth, love her to death, but you know, she was born and raised in that era. She grew out of it, down the list. You know, not to defame her history, but there's still a myth that to this day she ended up getting together with one of the members of house, and that is how my father's lineage came to come to me to be an eighth black. Now, how much of that I believe, I'm not so sure. But like an eighth or a 16th, somewhere in there. And truth is, if I let my hair grow out, it won't grow straight. It will curl in. It will turn into a freaking afro in and of itself. My mother's witness to it.
Loose afro, unlike your father.
Huh?
Your father had an afro. You have what would be considered a loose afro.
Yeah, mine will eventually drop from the fucking weight. Eventually mine would drop from the weight. But for a while it would just turn around and end up fucking floofing out.
Yeah.
And it would show itself.
It's starting to. You want
I know. I know it's starting to.
I'm looking at it.
Agents are canvassing the area now for additional witnesses.
It looks like Corette's attacker waited for her inside the elevator and then forced her in at gunpoint.
Oh, I want to punch people like that.
What?
For parents to tell their kids that they'll go to hell if they marry the opposite race, it's horrible. I want to punch people like that.
I got a niece that's half black, half white. What you talking about?
No shit. My uncle's a half-breed between white and Native American.
Shit, I've got
You know?
Mexican. I've got Mexicans in my family. African Americans in my family. Native Americans in my family.
Okay, here's the thing. Unpopular opinion. And I will state right now, it is an unpopular opinion. And it is only an unpopular opinion because of assholes that have taken over the symbol and made it what it has become. Okay?
Not just for a lot of shit.
The modern day equivalency of this symbol, I do not agree with in any way, shape, or form. But it is because of my family history. Alright? I have family members that, on the time and era of the Civil War, were fighting under the Union. Fair is fair. Okay? I had certain family members that were Yankees fighting under the Union, going under the Union's cause. But the same as a lot of families out there, I also had family members that were drawn into the Confederate side. You know, the famous Confederate flag. Not the battle flag. Okay, do not get me wrong here. Do not get it twisted. I'm not talking about the battle flag. Not white border flag. Okay? That's a whole different flag altogether. That's only in time of war and was only used in time of war. At least when it stood for what it originally stood for. But I'm talking the standard Southern flag. Okay.
Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, Dukes of Hazzard's flag styles. Now, having family on both of those sides, you would think that on the notation of, you know, I've got family that's died under this flag, I've got family that's died under this flag, that you would turn around and be able to store both properly and have the utter respect for those ones and those that have fallen under it. Not anymore nowadays. Those neo-Nazi sons of bitches have fucked that one up. And yeah, I just said what I said. And for all those that thought that I was even going to remotely go into turning around and supporting their asses, no, wrong channel. Because y'all have ruined something that my ancestors fought for. Now, I understand that both sides had their differences of opinion on the fact of how the country should have been ran, how the transition should have been done. Okay, we're talking time frame was the main thing here. Yes, there were other things involved under that war, but it was the time frame of the transition that caused most of the problems and led everyone to come up in arms because nobody could fucking agree with themselves. Yeah, we're all foreigners in every continent. Let's get real. In America, unless you have a tie to the original 1.8% that are left, well, to the 99.2% that we lost of the Native American tribes, you were born of foreign blood. You're an immigrant. We're all immigrants. Most of our ancestors that came in were immigrants. Hell, even in this current day, there's still families that come in as immigrants the proper way. Okay? But when we're sending U.S. citizens across the fucking border because we thought they looked as they were supposed to look to send them there, Mr. President, with your failed I sent a U.S. citizen to Venezuela and had him have to go to the fucking consulate to get sent home ass, there's a problem. The system is broken. Gee, I wonder why. Yeah, I'm sorry. I stand by the fact that Donald J. Trump and his quote of, "They're trying to shoot off my ears like the Taliban. But what they don't know is my ears will grow back bigger and better than they were before. It will stand till the test of fucking time in history because I will make sure of it personally." Somebody that watches my show will pick up that fucking quote, fact check that quote, find out that that's a real fucking quote, and continue on the legacy of that quote. That quote will live on for fucking ever. That is directly from our president in fucking act. Our current acting commander-in-chief. They're trying to shoot off my ears like the Taliban, but what they don't know is they'll grow back bigger and better than they were before. Here's to you, Donald J. Trump. Our glorious leader who crashed the financial sector and literally dropped the stock market to its lowest closing days since 2020. Congratulations. Same here, but don't get me wrong, I picked up some of his temper. Well, hell, a lot of his temper. But thankfully that got balanced out with my mother's tongue and silver tongue of the words that are used. Because I'm doing it to stay within the censors, and I admit that. Oh, that moment of Sky, I think there's one good thing. I never wanted to be like my dad because of his attitude, etc. You know, I grew up under that notation too, but as I've gotten older, I've come to learn that, yeah, I've got my father's attitude, I've got my father's temper, but I've also got that silver tongue that is inlaid with the fact of politics from you. Learning how to turn around and debate and be able to do it properly and be able to hold the temper and be able to hold the anger, even if I want to watch the entire system burn for it. Which ain't easy right now because that's what he's doing to our country. It's going to cause the ninth. He's got eight, count them, 8 multi-billion-dollar businesses that he's bankrupted. Our treasury, it's going to be the 9th.
I know what's funny about your super political tongue. You know what's funny about it? How many times you told me it won't work. I'm not doing this. You can't make me.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I still say fuck politics. I don't agree with politics. I think the political system is broken to its fucking core because of corruption.
I agree.
But, you know, that is what that is. If they're gonna fucking penalize me for it on YouTube, go right the fuck ahead. It's our government, we are the people, and we have the right to speak on it. And considering the shit show that is this fucking presidency, I would really fucking hope that solutions are come up to very soon. Because the shit's getting ridiculous. Go play darts? Yeah. Yeah. Gotta remember to breathe. Breathing is essential. No, tell that to your brain. It's the one in control of it. Mental synapses control that shit. The brain say lungs no work, but I tell the brain, fuck you, make them. Currently 10:52. And we're at 3 hours and 55 minutes in. So we're going on 6 hours for live streaming for the day. Y'all, like we said, YouTube is usually roughly a 9 to 5. Today we're putting in, well, so far we've put in basically 6 hours. Truth? I'm not really exactly tired. I could probably keep going, but it's also out of common courtesy and respect too, as to whether we do or not.
I'm not worried about it. I'll fall asleep. I fall asleep.
Okay.
You should know that by now. But you rearranged my apartment and shit with me asleep.
I know I had you wake up underneath the window with the sunlight and the fact of quote unquote the entire fucking apartment done and down the length. And yeah, it was one of those. It was fun as fuck though to watch the look on your face when you woke up after having told me that I had full authority to rearrange all furniture no matter what the circumstance may be. Well, no matter what the circumstance may be includes a person sleeping on a mattress. As long as I could slide the box frame across the fucking carpet without making much of a fucking movement.
Well, apparently you always figured that's what you
Of course, I was on like 6 fucking red lines when I did it. Yeah, very sad world sometimes. Very, very sad.
I got him. Houston Street Station 2 minutes ago. Walking towards Samara. And you know where at Samara hasn't intercepted before, just as employees.
We're cold and I love fucking making them cold.
Yeah. So in other words, we're going near 30 degrees tonight, and you're saying, fuck you, I'm grabbing ice cream.
Yep.
Well, that's Mama Canna for you. Though don't get me wrong, I'm really close to it. But that's over munchies, not cold.
You what?
Though don't get me wrong, I'm really close to grabbing some too, but that's over the munchies, not the cold.
Right. Well, remember, I still got Reese's in the chocolate freezer too. No,
Yeah, I know. Is that 2 apiece or 3 apiece?
3 apiece.
Okay.
You don't care for them anymore. Quote unquote.
Alright.
So I do it.
Okay, so technically we have no yeah, exactly. Cuddles are free.
Do what?
That moment of cuddles are free. Oh, come on, away. Put an end to it.
Hey, I figured something out.
Huh.
I can freeze it.
It works.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that means no more immediate soft serve out of the freezer. Oh, watching an episode of FBI, they're in the climax moment of turning around and... Oh, well, shit. It's done and over with. It was ended by a vehicle.
Okay. Everything just... The freezer works.
It bent this... Wait, is that the spoon from the ramen bowl?
This is mine from over at the table with my bowl.
Okay, then yeah, it works.
It burnt.
It works. Hold on. Let me see that spoon. Freezer works.
No joke, it started.
That went into ice cream. The freezer works. Here you go.
Thank you.
Just remember to put some form of fabric. That worked. Back straight.
I know how to do them.
But yeah, freezer works.
Hey, I'm a fucking goddamn Gen X.
I know, you're a latchkey kid too.
Yeah, I am a latchkey kid, trust me. I know how to do
But yeah, our old freezer would not do that. Not by any means. Our old freezer was immediate soft serve right out of it. Because it would keep it just cold enough just cold enough to be soft serve, but it would not actually freeze it solid. So we'd always have to go through our ice cream within like a few days. But yeah, if it can do that to a metal spoon, it's working just fine.
By the way, have you made any more ice trays? Because I did.
Haven't been using them, so I hadn't thought about it.
Yeah, but we need to start get them there.
Yeah, fair enough. Because the weather's going to heat up here soon.
Yes, the next day or so.
You know, I won't deny, I have been tempted. I have been tempted multiple times to turn around and get a passport and fly over on Visa and turn around and figure out how to be assimilated, as the saying goes. But I don't know. Part of it's the fact that I can't afford it.
And I'll do my blanket dry.
Oh, great. So my pillow gets fucking cold.
One of them.
The last time that you did that, I ended up with an ice ring on my pillow.
I know, and it wasn't my ice cream, wasn't even this cold.
No, I know. It was warmer than that. So yeah, I'm sure I'm probably going to have a fucking ring of cold right around my pillow. Oh,
One
good.
of them. Only one of them.
Alright, so, I know what I'll do.
You ain't stealing mine.
No, I'll just turn around and sink that one into the fact of the heated blanket.
Mm-hmm.
Up on the top layer, flip the top layer over, have the blanket on high down the list. But yes, I have contemplated that more than once. Just can't afford it. Sky's famous. Come live in Britain. Hell, funny thing is, I've thought about visiting Amsterdam before too. Actually, I've thought about visiting Lithuania a few times too. But that's just because, well, no offense, man, I would really love to have the opportunity to meet Shay in person.
Yeah, I know, right?
You know, be in the physical fit shape that would be necessary to actually turn around and possibly go run with him on one. Why not? When in Rome. And Lithuania technically used to be a part of Rome. So, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Yo, Shay, let me join. But don't walk up to him in the middle of the night. Because the last fan to try to do that really spooked the living fuck out of them and got lucky that they didn't get hurt. Yes, you will be assimilated. Resistance is futile. Join the Borg.
What do you mean somebody almost got hurt?
Oh, the last time one of Shay's fans... Well, sorry. The last time one of Shay's fans turned around and ended up walking up to him, they walked up to him at night and spooked the living fuck out of him. They damn near got hurt.
Cool.
Yeah, the fucking Darwin Award at best. They're lucky he didn't just pound the crap out of them and go. You know, because, like, I don't care if you're a fan or not. You don't turn around and pop up for your first introduction at the middle of the night out in a random street in public. Let alone for someone that... In public.
Where other people were around?
Uh-huh.
That shouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, at night.
Not like you snuck up on him in the middle of camp.
No, but...
You should have expected something like that to happen.
No, but we know Shay and the fact of his phobias of people. Shay has some serious fucking agoraphobia, minus the fact of his close-knit group that he works with. You know, remember, the higher up in the air he is, the safer he feels. Because it's farther away from society and the rules and the implications that are in place. You know, he's not anti-police. He's anti-police policing him. Society needs laws. It needs structure. But That structure keeps the mass in control. Now, us, we kind of like to work against the grain of that structure every once in a while. But it's that same exact system that works for the general masses that also helps keep us safe in the process. So, yeah. 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 Now you see why a lot of US citizens don't usually travel out of country. It just, yeah. That right there is why.
Preliminary details on Frank Weber and copies of the police report in your folders.
Okay, not to be Captain Obvious, but car crashes aren't usually our thing.
Well, this one is. It's top priority. Is Weber connected to the Bureau? Not as far as I'm aware.
Why did you see what she said?
They're not telling me anything.
They said, screw it, you can answer tonight. No, I got if I'm in the passenger seat, I won't be able to get my boots off for the night. And I gotta put them back on. I'm using yours. Dead.
You need help on that, Donald?
I'm on the phone with
See, this is why I'm mad at them for cutting the cables. Because I'm sorry. I still think, in my personal beliefs, that those cables should have been preserved. They should have been left preserved and running. To fiber optic, I'm talking about the original. The original system, unadulterated, should have been preserved. They should have laid a second cable. The fiber optic should have been laid next to it. The original should have been preserved. Just personal opinion.
This is just a routine inquiry.
I mean, that cable was a massive historical achievement. And they cut it into pieces.
When he left, he took his camera back.
Unfortunately, they didn't actually cut it into pieces. They actually just upgraded the whole damn thing. They stripped out the center and they added the new.
And if anything comes up, please
Something
don't
along
hesitate
those
to
lines.
contact me.
I had to relook it up.
Yeah, but I think it should have been preserved in its original state with the secondary cable laid out next to it for the fiber optic.
Yeah.
They could have followed the same path of travel for it, kept it within like 5 feet, 10 feet of it, and just fine.
Anything turn up in his blood?
I'm sorry, I have an affinity for the older tech.
However, it's cheaper to repair a line than it is to relay a new line. It's cheaper to update a line than it is to lay a new line. And Britt wasn't willing to do it again.
Yeah, that's fair too.
And our dollar isn't even worth the money. It isn't even worth the top it's printed on.
Okay, let's get real. Our dollar was based in the British pound. The only thing that's fucked our dollar up is inflation. Because the US keeps printing fucking money. And I'm not afraid to state it. There's a reason why our national debt is so high. It's because the Treasury continues to print and print and print. You know, I've wondered the same thing at times. I've just never really had the financial ability to turn around and afford the transition. Getting from the US and getting out to like, oh, I don't know, the UK, Amsterdam, anywhere but here. In our broken democracy.
Well, first off, we have to get fucking real ID. Second off, we have to get a fucking passport.
Yeah, I know. Real ID and or passport and or both. I'd prefer both. Down the list, etc., etc. Just stack on the financial costs that continue to rise on top of that. We're good. But yeah, the concept is still there. I would love one of these days to just turn around, hop on a plane, and end up going out of country and turning around and saying, all right, this place is my new home. Start from fucking scratch. One of these days, if I'm ever able to afford it, I just might. Who knows? But yeah, I've contemplated that multiple times. Multiple times in my history. But that's only because, well, no offense meant, the UK's got better healthcare. They're better to their citizens. They treat them more fairly. Okay? Y'all actually have a justice system that works. You have an economy that is stable and is actually growing. Because, no offense meant, the euro and the Great British Pound is still, to this day, more stable than the US dollar can even wish that it could be. And as an American, I'm not afraid to say that. I've watched the financial trends. I have watched the transitions of the fact of where we're going with ups and downs on the foreign market of currency trades. Okay? I see it. I'm not blind to it. But a lot of people just ain't willing to accept it. Truth is, currently, right now, one of the most stable currencies actually is the euro, not the American dollar. So be it. But I'm sure I just got under a few people's skin. Because I'm sorry, I'm not an optimist, I'm not a pessimist, I'm a realist. While the optimist and the pessimist were turning around and going through and arguing about the water, and arguing whether the cup was half full or half empty, I, the opportunist, walked over and drank the cup of water and found out that in fact it was not water, but indeed it was vodka, and had a very good night. While I left them speechless. Because that's how you do it. Alright, 4 hours and 13 minutes in. I've got that time marker in my head now. I should probably write that down, though. Hey, my good pen. You finally came back to me. Notebook. Well, no. Give it to that one. Give me the page. Yeah, 413.
Why'd I go to the doctor? I remember being so lightheaded I could barely stand. Good thing my crew nudged me to get checked. Turns out I have AFib, which increases
There we go.
the risk of
Flip.
stroke about 5 times. My heart race just takes less than to practice.
See, I take advice. I'm using the notebook again. It's hard for me to take advice, but I'm taking the advice. I'm using the notebook again. Well, obviously, as long as they can prove certain criteria at that point. Alright, Brittany, if you happen to fall asleep, you happen to fall asleep. If you tune out, you tune out. Like I say, never feel bad about having to turn around and kick out of the live stream. But if you're able to pass out with it in the background, so be it. But we greatly appreciate your time and hope that for what it's worth that you have a wonderful night's rest. What's bad is sooner or later the entire US is basically more or less going to be asleep. I'm going to be sitting here. What's really ironic is probably the only person that's going to be left in chat after a certain amount of time is probably going to end up being Sky. And then hopefully, just hopefully, within a certain amount of time, the UK and the rest of the world will start waking up for the early birds. And then we'll get the flux again. Because I'm sorry, like I said, I'm not actually truly tired. I'm more physically bored than I am tired. And I hate it. Because you know what it tells me? I'm back in Gorge. I'm not even physically working there anymore, and the schedule is still fucking sank into my core. Fucking circadian. Yep. Yep. It's a criteria for a lot of places. Although I know there's a lot of countries that, under certain circumstances, especially in the fact of areas where they're doing reconstruction down the list, that there are certain areas where you can get homes really, really cheap. I mean, seriously cheap. I mean, I know there are certain villages where there's homes as cheap as $1. Not even joking. But the amount of just sheer paperwork and everything else that goes into it, along with proving the financial stability to be able to turn around and bring something to the economy, etc., 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 it throws a lot of people off of it. Because it puts such a mental weight on their shoulders that they're afraid to do so. Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
And I know reality's sake is that there's a lot of countries. Hmm?
It's all cookie dough.
Yeah, it's all cookie dough. You saved all the cookie dough until the last bite. You know the funny thing? There was a YouTuber that actually decided to cook the cookie dough out of that ice cream, per se. The thought of cooking the cookie dough out of the ice cream.
It's not frozen.
But ultimately, the cookies that are made from that cookie dough, in that YouTuber's own words, they're not cookies. They're just not. Flavors off, textures off, down the list. They're off.
But for a cookie,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They did side-by-side tests for chocolate chip cookie dough versus ice cream cookie dough for chocolate chip.
this chocolate chip cookie dough has egg mixed into it, has an egg base in it, so it has a egg.
Mm-hmm.
Cookie dough has no egg.
Yep.
That's why you can eat it.
But yeah, they tried to bake it like idiots.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you add the egg, but they didn't add the egg.
You can actually bake it without the egg. It just won't have the same texture to it. It won't have the same lift.
Well, yeah. See, no offense meant though, I hold moments like that more to those that are seeking proper asylum. You know, I mean, I even heard at one point in time the rumors that Canada was opening up one of the islands for those that wanted to get out in Trump's first election. Okay? So, understand, I've got a pretty solid outlook on the fact of the worldwide glimpse of what our glorious leader, because that's what he wants to be called apparently, our glorious leader's worldwide look and view on him really is. Okay? And I, as an American citizen, that have no power or authority at that moment to make any form of actual change in the system that allowed him to turn around and get in the first place, though I don't have the true authority to do so, I apologize the rest of the world has to put up with his bullshit again. Because personally, I don't believe he should have ever been put back in office. The man was not capable of doing his job the first time. What makes people think he's going to do it the second time? All he's doing is opening up doors to be able to extend presidential power while shortening the rest of the government's authority. You know what that's called? An oligarchy. You know another place that runs on an oligarchy? Russia, China, South Korea, North Korea. almost every country that you can think of that has a singular leader runs on a point blank oligarchy that has been tarnished by someone that is power hungry. Anyone else see what's cooking in the background? Anybody else see what's going on here?
Starring in that video is actually our CIA rep. Let's make him feel at home, yeah? So, we now believe our car crash victim played clever, surveilled a Russian diplomat and an unknown agent may be connected to his death. So let's retrace Weber's movements, try to ID that person. And remind you, we still don't know who made off with Weber's bag.
No.
Get us some sort of note. Let's see what numbers pick up the towers near the crash scene, yeah? Chris, good night. All right, let me know if something pops.
We'll get them reset later. But yeah, I mean, realistically, okay, realistically, we did not ask for a trade war. We did not ask for the tariffs to get put into place. We did not ask for him to shut down the inclusivity policies. We did not ask for him to interfere and cost thousands of people their jobs for perceived corruption. And that takes a lot of gall from a guy like him to even remotely have the word corrupt come out of his mouth towards another individual. Okay. Personal opinions. We've all got them. But ultimately, the one thing that I don't understand, and I spent my time in civics, okay? I spent my time in economics. I spent my time down the list catching up on those things that I needed to turn around and have to be able to pass California's high school exit exam. Okay, there's one thing that I never understood. And I'm hoping one of these days somebody can explain it and be able to make it make sense. Alright? When the U.S. has an election, every single U.S. citizen that is of legal age and is able to vote is allowed to go to the elections, to go to the voting booths, to go put their ballot in. Okay? Now, so far as a democratic system goes, that sounds fair. It sounds like it's functioning. Okay? And at that moment, it is. But when our votes finally get counted, those votes do not dictate the next American president. The Electoral College, a small group of individuals, an oligarchy within themselves, that have the final say as to who the political candidate for each party is going to be in the final end. Ultimately, they have the final say as to the fact of who ends up in office. For half of the election, our vote means something. For the other half of the election, everything that our vote meant, in my opinion, gets thrown out the window to follow their perceived and wanted goals. 300 votes to turn around and sway, as far as the Electoral College goes. There were presidential elections where we had presidents that had more votes by the people But the Electoral College chose a different candidate to be the president of the United States at that moment.
That was a case of mistaken identity. Do you recognize this woman?
Carter was one of them.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Carter turned around and got fucking outran at one point. He had the people's vote. He was the people's elected president. They still threw his fucking opposition in instead. Because it suited their needs and their purposes. I mean, you want to talk about a broken system, there you go. We're supposed to be a democracy. The democracy just shattered halfway through. And most Americans, they won't look at it and see it that way. I happen to be in that select group of people that I can't stand political bullshit, and a lot of it really boils down to political bullshit. They throw a lot of sugarcoating and a lot of frosting and fluff onto it to try to turn around and make it appealing to the populace.
Sitting on the sidelines has not been this family's DNA. Don't give it up. Stay here and you fight.
Yep. You see, something that still gets, and admittedly, people say that it's a sore subject or that it's a controversial topic, okay? But I don't see where it should be controversial. Not if it's the truth, which it's been proven to be the truth. The man was impeached twice. We ended up calling for him to be impeached twice. Us, the people, wanted him out. They, the government, put him back in. Twice. The first election.
Oh, hell, he's a patsy, we all know.
Well, considering that presidents only have 4 years per term, and how long people in Congress and Senate have been sitting in their seats,
Yeah.
the president's always been a patsy. But this one just happens to be that special brand of patsy that's gonna fuck some shit up before he leaves.
Yeah,
Because he's already pissed off about the first
Because
time.
he will never get a third term.
Nope, and he's already pissed off about the first time for everything that he perceives was done to wrong him.
Now, understand something though. There will never be a three-term president,
No, the last 3-term president was Teddy Roosevelt, and that's because we were in the middle of a fucking war.
which allowed him to be reelected for the fourth.
Mm-hmm.
That's $225 for the night.
Not bad.
Which is getting lots
But that's because Teddy was a real leader. He was an honest, true leader.
We were in the middle of a war, that's why he got his third term.
Teddy Roosevelt was our freaking Churchill. Okay, by all rights, if there's anything to be able to compare him to, Teddy Roosevelt was our Churchill. The man stood as president for the longest elected term in history to this day, via the people's popular vote. Not via electoral college, by the people's popular vote. He was elected for 4 terms.
However, it was still written even if it's in the Constitution.
That no other president following shall be able to run more than 2.
Actually, it states so in the very beginning of it to begin with. It states that no person shall be a president for more
Then 2 terms.
Period. Roosevelt
Was a special case.
was a very special case.
He was the people's president. To this day, he is still the people's
He was
president.
on second term when we ended up going to war,
Mm-hmm.
which is what allowed him.
Yeah, because not only was he a bang-up president and did a bang-up job as a president, but he was also a damn good tactical leader.
Yes, he was.
I mean, come on. He formed the Society of the Spectacle. To this day, the Society of the Spectacle still stands. It still exists. It's been passed on through generations. You know, honestly, Sky, I can't say I blame you for that, because truth, it is weird to turn around and think that just right on the other side of the ocean, that we have a country that has been ruled by one of the most influential women of their time for so fucking long that the thought of a king just it disappeared for a long time, and I know it did. But yeah, to have a king on the throne again,
Oh, he's
that's
on his deathbed.
yeah, I know he's not in
No, no, no.
best
He's
health.
literally, he's on his deathbed.
Well, the question is ultimately who will it be passed down
It will
to?
be to Harry. He made this very blatantly clear.
It may not be to Harry, but nonetheless, I'm wondering who
Charles.
it's going to be passed down to.
It will be handed down to Charles.
If it's handed down to Charles, I'm all fucking for it. But I'm not one that has to turn around and live with it at that moment in time. I'm not directly affected by the fact of who's put in power.
No. I know, I wonder, what's better, a king or a queen?
Well, as long as it ain't King George III, I'm happy. He's the one that made them come over here and turn around and take out most of the population. If it goes to William, I'll be happy. I mean, no offense meant, William or Charles, either way. Either way, they are both very, 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 very capable leaders, in my opinion.
Henry's out of this. No
Henry has been so fucking thrashed and disavowed by his mother in his time for his choices for going and following the love of his life that he will never see the throne. And I still don't fully agree with his mother's decisions on that notation. I'm sorry.
This isn't on her decisions. This is on his father's.
No, I know, but there's a lot of that in the history that between mom and dad, that Harry following the love of his life, that it cost him the fucking throne, and I don't agree with it. I don't believe that that should be the case. He followed his love. He went with his heart. No offense meant, that is a prominent, leading characteristic of some of, if not most of, the best kings in all of England's history when they were on the throne. That above all else, that they followed their heart. Not their mind, not their will for power, not the wish for more land, not how much can I squeeze out of my people, but their love.
For their people.
For their people and for the one that they wish to be with. I don't feel that he should have been taken out of the running over the fact of following the love of his life. But that's personal opinion. Once again, it's not like I'm in any power of authority to change the fact of what's been set in stone through history. Yeah, I know. I know. He was given the option to turn around and let go of it upon his own accord, or it was going to be stripped. And in lieu of it being stripped, he chose to hand it over. And no offense meant, right there is my notation that one of, if not probably the best choice out of the three of them is no longer in the running. I don't agree with it. Because as stated, in history, some of the best kings have ran via their heart.
But according to King Charles, at this moment, Harry's not getting that on the lead, was he?
No, Harry's not getting it because he handed over his title. Sky made the reminder, and yeah, I still remember the fact that Harry handed over his title. He gave up everything for this woman. If that's not love, I don't know what is.
You know what's funny? His father can say whatever he wants to say his mother could, but when his brother takes the throne,
I'm hoping that one of the brothers sets it straight.
I do believe that they will.
I really hope they do.
I do firmly believe that they will.
Because personally, like I said, I don't feel it's right that he got knocked out of his royal lineage, that he is cut from the family's royal ties, due to the fact of following his heart. It makes no fucking sense to me. It didn't then, it still doesn't now.
Even the sons of sultans
Have
had
followed their
own
heart.
life in their own area and whatever. They had their whatever, their normal per se life until until they died.
The thing is, it's why I agree that if Charles was handed the throne, he'd turn around and abdicate and it'd go to William anyway. But honestly, it's like I say, I hope one of the brothers, no matter which one it is, that has the power and authority and ends up with the power and authority to do so, which, as we all know, it's looking to be William. I hope William has the compassion to give his brother back his title.
William is a lot like his mother, by the way.
I understand William's a lot like his mother, and I understand that it bodes into his strength as a leader. But no offense meant, I feel that William needs to have the compassion that his mother did not towards his brother. That is still his kin. No matter what else in this world follows, that is still his kin.
Diana was their mother.
I know that. I get that. But the whole fucking stripping of his title and shit, it needs to be reversed. In my opinion.
And because of who their mother was and their compassion and the way that William is,
exactly.
Too much like his mother accordingly.
Exactly. It's why even here and now, even before he has the crown upon his head, I bowed for him to turn around and do so. And bowed for him to reverse what his mother has done to his brother.
As well as his father.
As well as his father. And that is not in ill will towards the king.
No.
May Charles reign, and may his reign be strong until the last of his days.
However,
But he didn't deserve it.
He needs to make this right. But he's not going to. You already made that clear.
Yeah, I know. I know Charles Sr. is...
What?
Charles Sr., current king. Charles Jr. will abdicate if given the throne. He's already made that clear. It leaves it up to William. And as already previously stated, being as Diana is William's mother, I would hope that he would fall upon his mother's compassion and reinstate his brother's legacy upon the fact of the family reigns. Because I don't feel that it was correct that his brother was taken out of the family lineage and out of the history of the family. That's still kin. You can't ignore and just pretend that family don't exist.
Yeah, you can't just pick and choose who your family is.
You can pick and choose who you associate with, but you can't pick and choose who's on your family tree. And I fought that battle long and hard with my family towards you. Ain't on the family tree my ass.
Well, if I'm not, then you sure as hell ain't.
Uh-huh.
Because without me and him, there wouldn't be a year.
Yeah, I know. I know. Heir to the firstborn. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a lot in the patriarchy and lineage of the crown and the fact of the system for which that has reigned, that truth, it is a fully functioning system. I honestly feel that Henry got the short end of the stick. Personally, I think he got the short end of the stick for going after love.
Wait a minute, which brother was it? Which son was it that went into the military?
William. William has earned himself a very well-earned place inside of the British military.
Yes.
He holds his place in the military strong, and he holds it well. And he has earned every single point that has caused him to be there. He was not given any special treatment. He was not given any special privilege. He was taught and treated as any other civilian as the way it should be. And for him to have risen as high as he is in his ranks to this day, that says a lot. Yep. After William, it'll be William's firstborn. However, you see, this is where it's going to get intricate. Because, as we've said, it has been a long time since Britain has actually had a king. Kingship will go to the prince will become the new king. King's firstborn, now that depends, male or female. Because ultimately, it would really fall on the fact of whether the king is willing to hand it back to a matriarchy to the crown. Because remember, Elizabeth was an enigma. In all due fairness, at the start of Elizabeth's reign, she was an enigma.
Of course, she was the only born child. I remember, she was the only child.
If I remember correctly, it was either that she was the only child, or it was the fact that she was the only child that was left remaining upon the time of the passing of the crown. I can't remember which one it was.
But either way.
Either way, she was an enigma upon herself.
Yeah, had she had a brother, it would have never passed to her.
Because the line at that point would have been going through kings, but yeah.
And she was the last of the royal line. Yes.
Then the heir of the king remains and turns around and continues the kingship. I believe William's first child was a boy. So at that point, yeah, firstborn prince. The kingship will remain. But once again, as stated, it's been a long time since England's been under the rule of a king. England's also had a lot of time under a queen to turn around and level things out. And let's get real. Elizabeth was very clear and very precise as to the fact of the pure-born ethics that she instilled into those that were still remaining inside of the castle by the time she was gone. Because we can't deny she had a nasty habit of kicking people out.
Okay, and King Charles turned around and took all of her corgis and kicked them off on a freaking island with the person who was taking care of them, who is now currently there on the island taking care of them.
Okay, and I still think that the
corgi... And banned them from the palace.
Okay, I still think the corgis should be allowed back in the palace.
So do I.
They are furry little bread loaves, and they bring joy to the palace staff.
Yes.
It is a morale boost.
Not anymore.
I stand with Elizabeth on that.
The day after she died, they went to an island.
But yeah,
maybe not a day after.
The corgis need to be brought back to the palace. They were a morale boost for the palace staff.
Yes.
I stand with Elizabeth on that notation.
So do I.
Nobody can see one of those furry little bread loaves and not have a smile on their face. Okay? Okay. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, but corgis. Over on a private island with their handler. Bring them back to the palace. They were a morale booster. Yes, they are so cute. Fuzzy little bread loaves. Fuzzy little bread loaves.
They're also very, 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 very strong herders.
Yes, they're strong herders. They're also very good nanny dogs as well. Because they are in the breed of dogs that was actually bred for nanny positions. Just like Pitties. It's why he's so soft around kids. I mean, he's big, he's strong, he's... If he gets the right look on his face, he can almost turn around and spook somebody. But around a kid, he's a big old fucking softie. That was proven today. Because knee-high to a fucking grasshopper, only up to about my waist, turned around and ended up right next to him. All he did was go to liquor.
Did he actually accomplish it?
Halfway accomplished it.
How bad?
That moment I went to go lick her hand.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. You tried to lick the kiddo's hand and say hi. I know. And thankfully I had a conversation with the kiddo's daddy today, so, We have an agreement that warning shots are in place, but I would not suggest going and trying to chase his cattle again.
Doing what?
That would not be advisable.
Well, that's why I don't want him off lead.
No, I know. That's why he's on a lead unless he's physically inside with that door shut.
We're gonna go back to Asper.
Same fucking policy.
How?
Which would mean that my accident wasn't an
I don't
accident
understand
either.
long enough.
No, but if I remember right, she has the fact of at least one of the tethers. If I remember right, I think I got at least one of the tethers. You know, we've still got 60-foot runners.
Don't want 60-foot runners.
No, but if need be, we can turn around and set up 60-foot runners and still be okay.
Are you hungry? I can get you something.
Because trust and believe, once the weather warms up, I'm going to be out there anyway.
Hey, what are you wearing?
If he's out there on a tether, I'm out there with him. That's my agreement.
Lisa, whatever your beliefs, whatever lies you've had.
Because I will not put him out in conditions for which that I would not want to be out in.
I saw your home. The pictures. You really love Ben.
And that right there is true love of a dog.
The thing is,
Because that's not treating him like a dog, that's treating him like a member of the family. If I'm not willing to be out in it, I'm not going to force him to be out in it.
I imagine. You choose him.
But yeah, the weather for his tether is coming up. Just like the weather for my hammock is coming up.
Yeah, but you don't want to come out like that. It's gonna tear up that fucking yard again. Yeah, I'm gonna have to listen to somebody else bitch again.
How's Ben getting around?
He won't have the 60-foot run, he'll have 12. 12 by 60. He'll have the trailer.
Train.
Port authorities says a man mentioned Ben Blake's description about a train ticket Manhattan to Newark.
Okay,
15 minutes ago. Call Newark FBI. See if they can track where Blake went from there.
yeah, if you're in charge, the corgis are back with extra corgis and all the cats.
Yes,
And even some wild tigers.
I agree.
Okay, 60-foot tether. Minus the width of the trees.
DNA.
Figure you're probably losing about 5 to 10 feet. So figure about 50 foot.
Not in the system. I could have told you that. Saved you the trouble.
Sank through the actual freaking.
Opioids, meth.
Sank through the fact with the freaking carabiner. To leash.
But you were
Which gives
positive
12.
for on HCG. You're pregnant, Lisa. How long have you
Minus maybe a foot on either side.
It's finally happened.
So
And personally, I've
Figure
always
about
wanted to be
11.
mom.
ultimately. For like that half foot, 1 foot loss for the fact that the ride's on the leash.
You still have a choice right now. You can have a future with your child. You don't have to go any further. If you tell me the truth, look at me.
Once again, not willing to do so unless I'm willing to be out there with them. And that's only on the fact of the quote-unquote ending pauses for the relaxation points. That's not counting the fact of the physical runs.
Roosevelt is an ex-oligarch and a major critic of the crown.
And he lives in New Jersey.
Because the better the weather gets, the more active I can get at night when it starts cooling off.
Agent Bell. Nice work.
You opened that egg?
Yeah, I don't know.
Which is Ben's already run away.
Technically, yeah.
What?
Canada belongs to Britain.
Yes.
Technically, it's a British territory.
Yes, it is.
Last I knew.
They're still under. They are still.
They are not happily under the crown, but they are still under the
They
crown.
are under the. They are under the crown of the country. Yes.
They were, last we know, really pushing for Elizabeth to let them out of being a British territory and letting them be their own thing.
Together, it's like a jigsaw puzzle from hell.
Now, as to whether she actually let them out of it or not, and let them become their own country or not, I'm not sure. I wasn't able to keep up that far.
9:55 a.m., 9:52 a.m. Shepherd at 9:55 a.m. These go under Shepherd.
But yeah, at one point in time, I remember the news articles of the protests in Canada. Now, I'm not sure if that was just like isolated events or if that was just the general sentiment at that point. But I know that the same thing more or less happened with Australia. And the same thing more or less happened with the US. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if Canada's in the list of those that would like to be separated formally while still being willing to work with Britain and the fact of being allied with Britain. It's not that the British have done anything wrong per se, it's the fact that truth, it's sort of like the US. We're separated by an entire full expanse of ocean. Okay? And ultimately, what works well for one populace doesn't always work well for another. Now, don't get me wrong, Canada is very, very much so in the notation that, you know, British culture has taken over. You know, they are still British in their own rights. It's just that they're so far separated from the mainland of England that, you know, they have formed into their own thing over the last few hundred years. You know, they started out as a territory, but they've formed into their own country. They've got a political table at the UN. They really don't want to be labeled a territory anymore. And I can't really say that I blame them for that. I mean, it's understandable. It doesn't mean that they would want to cut relations or that they would want to cut the fact of being allies or down the list. You know, if anything, I feel that they would still love to be allies. But they do want to be seen as their own thing, as their own country, not as the British territory. Kind of like Australia, they didn't want to be known as the British prison colony anymore. They wanted to be known as their own thing. And well, no offense meant, apparently our forefathers just didn't like the fact of taxing on tea. I mean, I'm sorry, in a lot of ways it falls back to religious persecution and the price of tea. Because tea's what finally tipped the fucking tipping point, apparently, for our founding fathers. I mean, I know in the time frame, if you take into the fact like inflation to current day, it was a multi-million-dollar empire. But fuck, we could have used that tea. It didn't have to go into the river. It didn't have to go into the ocean. It didn't have to get dropped into the water. The water didn't have to flow brown for days. Though it was a good way of cold brewing it, I guess. Free tea if you're downstream. But, yeah. The shit that causes countries to go after each other is just... If you boil it down to its most basic concept, sometimes it's purely fucking hilarious. I don't know. I still think it would take the fact of a passport. Even from Canada to Britain, I think it would take a passport. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who is our second one hiding in the shadows? Cold peach tea, right? Hmm. Right.
We're in 2025.
Yeah.
If we go back to the 1500s,
Yeah.
well, mid-1500s,
Mid to late.
1525, well, mid, 1500s.
Yeah.
How many people would realize? How many people do you think realize that when you look at Russia, Ukraine,
Right.
Saudi Arabia,
Right.
Iran, Iraq, all of that
What's the Ottoman Empire?
was Ottoman Empire. Russia,
Until it's
Ottoman
subdivided.
Empire.
Until it's subdivided.
And that wasn't until the 1920s.
Yep. And then the USSR divided into its own thing, and every other one turned around and divided into their own thing, and
That
then
all happened in the last 100 years.
yeah. And that's not counting the Roman Empire. You know, as the saying goes, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Actually, that is counting the Roman Empire because the Romans were dealt with Ottoman, with the Ottoman Empire.
Well, yeah.
They
lost territory,
Yeah, they did, massive.
but inevitably enough, yeah.
The only place the Romans
The boundary line's
survived
been
was
moving
the Vatican.
since human history began.
The only way the Romans survived was through the fucking Vatican.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I'd love to see what's in the Vatican.
Well, of course I would love to see what's in the Vatican's private archives. I'm sure they've got the list of the bloodline and lineage. Because I'm sorry, I stand by the fact that the child that turned around and chased Jesus out of the house that day was his son, born to him by Mary Magdalene. For after all, he had to commit at least one sin. What better sin than to bear a child outside of wedlock, to continue the lineage of your bloodline, knowing that you will never be able to return again? If the stories and the mythology of said religion is correct. Because I'm sorry, all religion, in my opinion, is based in its own form of mythology. Whether stolen and adulterated or otherwise. It's that religion's form of mythology, their form of fable, down the list. But I still stand by the fact that it was his child that ran out after him, not understanding that it needed to be done. The birth of a demigod. One of the last demigods to turn around and end up coming into existence. In a time frame for which that they were not supposed to exist.
Actually, that would have been the last demigod. Think about it.
Bled out within 4 generations. 4 generations of partial demigods. And then the rest of it is just the genetic timeline and the genetic markers and lineage. That's only if you believe in such a thing. Though there were men of old, men of renown, men that lived well over the age of 120 years. They were not called humans, they were called demigods. For the maximum life of a human shall be no more than 120 years. Abraham. Moses. 600, 700, 900 years.
I'd like to think that the work we do here,
Another thing that's gotten me kicked out of churches from modern day.
but every so often,
What can you do?
It's easy.
we apprehended 2
Yeah.
agents and helped avert a true catastrophe.
You're welcome.
That each one of the officers has
I don't know, oops. Well. Wait a minute. You got... No. We used to have a book.
We do?
Woohoo.
Oh, thank God.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Yay, I don't have to keep using tubes.
Yay.
Because honestly, I'm getting tired of the injector.
So am
I really am. Frog gig.
I. That way, if it does roll in, that way, it doesn't.
Yeah, I have my own private jet, right? Right. If I could ever afford the gas. Because jet fuel ain't cheap. They make sure it's not cheap for a reason. They don't like the modern, normal, everyday Joe Schmo having their private jet.
Okay, let's go to the closure. Should be lost without it. Believe me, I've been there. Look, I don't like this any more than you guys do, but my hands are tied.
Well, I don't know now. You might set off a few alarms on the radars. Caution, caution, there's someone on a broom flying in. But then again, Mary Poppins got in on an umbrella. So, the possibilities are endless.
I'm in the...
I am so confused. Who is the second person hiding in the background? Oh.
Well, no, my phone's on my phone, so it can't be me.
No, it can't be you. Because you're right, Tony's got your phone. So who is the second person hiding in the shadows?
Originally, I would say.
Oh, wait. I remember who it is. It's Brittany. It's Brittany. She was falling asleep.
Yeah.
But no, I'm sorry. I really wish, for what it's worth, though, that I could find a way to get my hands on Revolting Rhymes Part 1 and 2. I mean, I know that I can go on to the Internet Archive and I can pull it up, but it does not play on the signal that we've got. I've tried downloading it, but I can only download Part 1, not Part 2, because of the way that the video downloader that I have works downloads, those moments. But I wish like hell that I could turn around and actually get Part 1 and 2. Because to this day, I love that. I love that show. It may have only been a 2-episode special, but I love that one.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one in a while.
Yeah, I know. And like I said, I can find it. I can find it on internet in the Internet Archive, but it buffers so badly. It drives me nuts. And I can't just pause it and let it load because I've tried that before and it still buffers.
You should have some trust. Did you read the Bible? No. Me either. My mother used to. When I was down and out, she always quote this same passage. It goes something like...
But yeah, that was going to be one of the original Friday night movie nights, was we were going to do the fact of Revolting Rhymes Part 1 and 2. But we can't even find one that functions or works. Oh. Which one was it? Oh God, what was the name of the show? Which show was it? It was... Horrible Histories. That's the one I was trying to think of. Stupid Des. Well, the neighbor has Verizon for theirs, but it's so rare that I'm able to hook up to it that it's just not funny. The other one that's still running is the Winland, but that one's got, I think, 3-4 different things running off of it ultimately on a constant basis, including the fact of a console. And usually when I'm running live streams, it's just off cell data with a tower that's like 15 miles away from us. Apparently, for some reason, at nighttime it clears up.
Well, it was really funny. It was really funny right now.
Huh.
If you turn your hotspot on,
Mm-hmm.
hooked up the internet, orders,
Uh-huh.
and then I go to search,
And set Dexter.
and I find 100% for street. And I go to episode, or 30, whatever, or 20, whatever.
Yeah, I know.
Not matter which one it is, as long as I don't overlap ours.
I swear I'm gonna make that playlist on my channel physically listed and public. Because I'm sorry, I may not be one for like subtitled versions of shows,
No, I'm not.
or the fact of having to turn around and listen to the dialect for the natural tongue and then having the English subtitles, knowing that they've screwed up translation somewhere, ultimately.
Right.
But reality's sake is, that is a good series. I'm seriously thinking about making that series actually for that playlist public on my channel. Because there's nothing saying I can't.
No, it's just stretching them over to it.
But it gets so in depth.
Yeah. And
Mhm.
we skipped a lot of it with you. We really did.
Yeah.
But it's not that hard for me to play.
No, I know.
It's not that hard for me to be able to explain what needs to be explained. They catch it as to like why her end is the way her end is.
Yeah. See, the problem that we have with the internet provider that's actually basically the service provider for the tower next door, okay? The problem that we're having with them is the owner of the tower, being the next door neighbor over there, has turned around and said to them multiple times and stated to them multiple times, we know what the problem is with their service. It's all of the knocked down boxes that have been knocked down or broken that are laying on the side of the road, that have been hit by the fact of repaving equipment, down the list for the fact of regrading equipment, etc., as we fix the dirt roads out here. Well, the boxes get knocked over. Well, they quit repairing them. So now every little bit of service that goes through those lines is now being more or less throttled down.
Oh no, that's not the reason. That's part of the reason.
And that's a good majority of it.
No. That's the majority of it. That's the small part of it.
Right.
The biggest point of it is the fact that the Wi-Fi that is being ran
Mm-hmm.
is being ran
On dial-up.
dial-up.
Yeah, because they're going on above ground, below ground lines, and the boxes that are relaying those lines are laying in the ditch
No,
broken.
when they were installed, actually, if you really want to get technical, when they were installed for telephone lines.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they would run.
I know. They're running off a telephone line that was never set for Ethernet.
Right. It never will. It will.
No, it's a DSL line.
Yeah.
It's still DSL connection. To this day, we're still dealing with the same shit that we dealt with Windows 98, etc.
95.
Yeah, 95, 98. Because I still ran into the same fucking issues with my 98 sitting over there in Charlene's in my bedroom, with it up on the computer desk. Yeah. Yep. More or less landline setup. It was originally set up for the fact of telephone, but it was never set up for Ethernet. But they're running Ethernet through telephone because it's the only way to get service to the building, at least for the fact of the Wi-Fi. It is such a truth. It doesn't make perfect sense to me, but I kind of sort of understand it. But it's enough to give me a headache. Because even then, 400, 600 kilobytes at best, and usually 200 to 300 at worst. For the tech geeks out there, you know where I'm coming out with that. I mean, come on, we're supposed to run at 20 megabits per second to be able to get a fully functional live stream. Fully functional, no reception drops down the list. 20 megabytes per second. We're getting at best 6. At usual, we're getting like maybe 2 to 4.
Oh no, you don't understand. I checked it. We're getting 0.6 coming in.
Okay, that's on y'all's setups.
No, that's on my.
I'm talking on data.
Our our data.
On my data.
Yeah, we're only getting like 10.
Yeah, on your phones. I'm running on average anywhere from 0.5 megabits per second all the way upwards of 4 megabits per second on a good day.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to say.
But I'll never reach that 20 megabits that I need for a fully functional stream.
Not for out here.
Not out here. I'd have to be closer to the tower.
Oh, by the way, what did you think of Code 8
Oh, Code 8 was awesome. That was a good movie.
or Code 8 Part 2?
Considering that I consider Part 2 the same movie as Part 1,
Yeah, because it picked up.
because it's a pickup at that moment.
Literally,
Yeah,
it picked up.
reality's sake, Code 8 was a damn good movie.
Yeah.
It was actually well worth watching it.
I admit it.
You know, I'm not sure if Cricket has signal boosters or not.
No.
They don't?
No.
Damn. Well, that shot that to hell.
Technically, according to them, I'm not supposed to be able to get service out here.
Okay, so technically, according to our service provider, we're not even supposed to get
Let me
service
put it
out
this
here.
way. I can go get a Wi-Fi box from them. They've already told me it won't work out here.
Uh-huh. Just like our cell phones aren't supposed to work out here because we're in a signal dead zone. But we get just enough signal to be able to turn around and run the systems. But yeah, according to Cricket, no, they don't got signal boosters. Now, I'm not sure if a third-party signal booster would work or not. Maybe, possibly. But in truth, I have absolutely no clue whether it would work or not. Though what I do know is we've officially put in 7 hours on live stream today. And I have no idea what my analytics look like. I'm just waiting ultimately to the point that I end up hitting the fact of end live and then go through and write down the numbers real quick so that way I can jot them down and put them in the calculator and figure out how much watch time we've actually accumulated. I still hate the fact that they took away how much watch time is there on the top left-hand corner. I wish they would bring that back. Nope. Nope. English only providers. Well, British only providers. And or related located areas for which they have provided service for, but nope. Neither one of them made it over here. Let's see. If 10 some odd was 4, then 11 would be 5. We're at 12, so it's technically
Have you ever
6.
had an in-school suspension for something you've written on one of your binders or your folders and your teacher saw it?
For something that was written, no. For something that was placed on my front cover piece that I did with cardstock to make sure that it would be, like, strong enough to do it, yes. I got caught with mushrooms on my binder and they didn't like it.
Okay. I got stuck in Saturday school, no joke.
Right.
4 weeks
4 weeks worth of summer. No,
of in-school suspension.
4 weeks
On
and
a
so.
Saturday.
Okay. 4 weeks and so.
Starting at 8 a.m.
Okay.
For writing 2 poems on my fucking folder.
For writing 2 poems. Okay.
And you know what? Because one of them was my mathematics joke to remind me how to do math.
Yep. I know that one.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The other one was basically, it was about a friend of mine.
You're from what? Max was at the high school?
And, well, let's just say it wasn't very nice, but
That's really sad.
It wasn't very nice, but it was effective.
What do you think? Max is taking my breakup too well. He's been calling and texting a lot. He wants to get back together, but I keep
Oh, there's Sky. Yes, hi, Sky.
anything specific behind.
Ah,
No. But a few days ago, I told him Patrick and I were going to get married after the divorce was finalized.
the TV and broadband.
you know what?
Yeah, we got-
I wrote it with the word I in front of it.
I think we've pretty much broken down to AT&T and DirecTV for most of the service across most of the country, at least for satellite and digital. A few people got HughesNet. I'd love to get Starlink, I just can't afford it. Starlink will give you signal anywhere, man. You could be out in the middle of literal nowhere, and you would still have a Wi-Fi signal able to watch the game. Oh, aren't you just adorable when you do it? Aren't you just adorable when you do that? Let's scratch you back. Hi. You got back scratches? You need the back scratches? Oh, it's up in the shoulder. Okay.
A friend went to a party
Hi.
to get drunk. He went swimming,
We don't have Sky.
right?
We have Sky in chat, but we don't have Sky services.
You know what I
Okay.
said? Had a friend
Had a friend
who went to a party to get drunk.
who went to a party to get drunk.
He went swimming,
He went swimming,
and there he sunk.
and there he sunk.
I got initial suspension 2 weeks.
Well, that's fucked up. 2 weeks ISS for that? What the fuck, were they high?
I got a friend went to a party to. I went to a party to get drunk. I went swimming, and there I sunk. Type moment, or there he sank. You know, there he sunk.
Yeah.
I'm talking about drinking at that point.
Well, yeah.
Irresponsibility at that point.
Yeah.
Down the list.
I mean, I get it,
I
but
do now, but back then I didn't get it.
yeah.
Even that I can even now
Hi,
I still
puppy
read
babies. Oh, you fluffy boy. Hi.
I should have made it out a write-up at best. You know. But as far as the other one, for my math,
Okay. I get the paw. I get the paw. Okay, I will continue the scratches and scuffles.
I mean, subtraction, addition,
My scratches and scuffles are all yours.
multiplying, division.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, division and multiply. Addition, subtraction,
Oh, hi, puppy.
division and multiply. Makes perfect sense now. But it was a way to remember it.
Am I wrong, or am I working my way to 7 a.m. in the UK?
You're working your way to 7 a.m.
I'm pretty sure I'm working my way. After midnight. I'm pretty sure I'm working my way to 7. Okay, so yeah, working my way to 7. Because it's 6:16 over there.
What was I gonna say? It's 12:16 here. Add 6 hours.
You know the funny thing? I'm probably not going to make it till 7 a.m. I'll be lucky if I make it 5.5 over here. But if I look at it, it's 7.5 hours. But then if I look at 7.5 hours, I say 8-hour shift. Ah! The 9 to 5 goes on. And all because we started at like 3 p.m. in the afternoon. and then dropped out for like 3 hours because, well, behind the scenes issues. Oh man, today's been a long day. Well, actually, today hasn't even been a long day. Today just started 16 minutes ago.
Yesterday was a long day.
Today is tomorrow. Hey, Sky, I caught up with you. We're not in the future anymore. We're on level territory.
Yeah, she's
Still 6 hours ahead, but we're at least in the same day. Yeah, I know. I know. I was just joking about Teddy turning around and falling asleep on stream, and yet here I am thinking, alright, we're 5 hours and 21 minutes in. That means we got 40 minutes left to go. Yeah, I got enough caffeine to make it through. I got enough caffeine to make it through. We'll make her 8 hours, I think. And or we'll just say screw it and cut it here in like the next 10 minutes. Oh no. Oh no. The big ball of fire is coming up. The big ball of fire is coming up over there. That means that it's coming our way.
Yeah, I know. About 6 hours.
I don't like the big, bright, shiny ball.
Yeah, by the time she hits noon, it'll be coming up here.
I'm a night owl to my core. I don't like the bright, shiny ball. The thing blinds me. Oh. No, you can't have the caffeine. I'll give you Scruffles though, but you can't have the caffeine. The caffeine is all mine. All mine. But you can have all the water in the bowl, and you can have all the food in the bowl, but you can't have my caffeine. Oh, don't huff at me like that. You know I wasn't going to give this to you. What? Does my drinking of the caffeine offend you? He's straight up. Dude. Okay, okay. I see you, sir. I see you and your prancing and your trotting and your, I'm going to show off all of my muscular buddies. Okay.
Yeah, he did not get his
I see you.
You know he did not get his fish locked out, right?
Yeah, all cats are yours, starting for the AM.
So my question is, are you gonna pause long enough to take him out? Or are you gonna wait until you cut it and then take him out?
Figure cut it here in about 6 minutes. Just cut it at 5.5. Call it 7.5 hours.
You sure?
Yeah, full workday minus lunch. I did my hours for the day at that point. And it's only once again to prove to the trolls, we do run the fact of full 60-hour plus work weeks. It's not a joke when we say it. I mean, do I think most viewers are going to get 5.5 hours through a video? No. Do I figure they're probably going to fast forward through a whole bunch of it? Probably. Am I hoping to turn around and rebuild my good graces with the YouTube algorithmic gods? Of course. Because I needed time off to recenter and refocus, and, well, the algorithm doesn't like that. So, work with it and do what we need to do with it. Yeah, I know, right? I know. Plus 420 somewhere, everywhere. Every time zone has two 420s. That's a lot of 420s. Oh no, that's just in the U.S. That's just in the U.S. Now, if you add in the rest of the world's time zones and allocations, that's two for every single other country for their time zones and breakdowns. So, yeah, that's a lot of 420s. It's 420 everywhere. Hell, it's 420 in the kitchen. The clock never got fixed. Hi, buddy. Yes, the Scruffles and the Loves. Hi. You know, I'm glad that you gave me an opportunity to negotiate with the neighbor for your well-being, but I'm not happy that you took off to the neighbors. I'm really not. Oh, Big Trot. Okay. Aruhu. Okay. Okay. Dude. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. That's all I've got. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. And then I'll figure out what the fuck you did with with the green lead. There it is. Because at least that one doesn't make a whole bunch of freaking noise. Yes, it's 420 in the kitchen. The clock is permanently set to 420 in there. The battery died. It's never been replaced. The duck clock sits at 420. So, that's an even better laugh, is we're constantly haunted by the duck that we keep banning from Teddy's live streams. It sits in the kitchen, telling us it's 420. All day long, every day. All night long, every night. I'm never throwing a battery in that thing. It'll stay 420 forever in that kitchen. No, never getting replaced. The battery will never be replaced. 27, 28. We got 2 minutes left. You're almost there, Canna. Full workday minus lunch. Yeah, last rope. Oh, I found out a really fun thing too. Ultimately, my reel will no longer hold tension. The bait lock no longer works. It works to a certain degree, and then it lets go. So anything over probably 5 pounds or so, maybe, I might have to turn around and end up going through and reeling in by hand. Oh, you're good, Sky. You're good. Yes, buddy, I know. The timer is ticking down. 40 seconds. 40 seconds. 40 seconds. Yes, I know. I know. The 5.5 hour mark. I know. I see it. But yeah, it's fixing to be time to take the doggo out for the last out. The scratches and scruffles will only maintain him for so long. But to everyone in chat and to everyone that sees this later on, we hope you had a good time. We hope you had a good show. And we'll catch you in the next one here at the Canna Lounge. I don't know, but that's a scary concept. And on that note, I'm gonna log out for the night.